Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the City Council meeting for February 28, 2022. Will you all please stand for the pledge? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council Clerk will take roll call.
Councilman Ronald Quagliani.
Councilman Ron Quagliani, Council at Large here.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor.
Councilwoman Colleen O'Connor, Council at Large here.
Councilman Gary Donovan.
Councilman Gary Donovan, Councilman at Large, present.
Councilwoman Bridget Hosky, I believe, is running late. Councilwoman Melly Garthwaite is absent. Councilwoman Sarah Acrobali.
Councilwoman Sarah Acrobali, 3rd District, present.
Councilman Mitchell Galagnano.
Councilwoman Mitchell Gagnon, 4th District, here.
Councilwoman Robin Hamilton.
Councilwoman Robin Watt Hamilton, 5th District, here.
Councilwoman Trinae McGee.
Councilwoman Trinae McGee, present.
Councilman Victor Boras.
Councilman Victor Boris, 8th District, present.
Councilman Robert Bruno.
Councilman Robert Bruno, 9th District, present.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone.
Councilman Stephen Johnstone, 10th District, present.
And Chairman Peter Mazzaro.
Chairman Peter Massaro, President, 6th District Councilman also. Okay, I'm going to turn over the meeting to the Lands Committee for a public hearing. Councilman Donovan.
Thank you, Chairman. Is there anyone from the public like to speak on the discussion or sale lease of transfer of 447 First Avenue? For a second time, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this? Yes.
Margaret A. Krasinski, 1 Robart Street in the Allentown section. I used to live on, Front Avenue. But what is 447 First Avenue?
Is that the old FYI building?
How far
It's
up,
down the FYI building, and that's nothing now, it hasn't been in there.
how far up is that on First Avenue?
It's on the corner
It's
of
right on the Elm,
First and L.
First and Elm.
just about, yeah.
Is there a building on there now?
There's a building on there, it's pretty bad.
Was that foreclosed? Was that a foreclosure?
City owned that for many years, and we bought that, purchased that a long time ago. I remember it used to be a bar decades ago, only 'cause
Years ago.
correct.
Years
And,
ago. I remember, yes, now that you say, it, yes, I do remember that now. So, okay,
And it's
thank
been
you.
empty for decades, and the person in the back is looking to purchase it.
Okay, well, no problem with that. Thank you for answering my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from the public like to speak on that? For a second time, is there anyone else that would like to speak on that property? For a third and final time, is there anyone from the public like to speak on that? With no one wanting to speak on it, the public session on that is closed.
We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you, Councilman Donovan. Before we start public session, I'd like to take a moment of silence for Mr. Nello Capetta, who passed away. He's been a longtime resident, well, a longtime businessman in the Allentown district, a longtime resident in West City, West Haven, on Pagano Court. Been involved in many, many donations throughout the years. He was also the Italian of the Year, and he passed away last week. And I just want to take a moment of silence as a very good friend. Thank you. I will have public session. Please be respectful to the council, and please stick to the politics of West Haven. It would be nice. We got more problems here than we do in the whole country. So let's stick with it, and everybody be polite. Anyone like to come up and speak? Steve?
Steve Green, 110 Jesse Drive. 2 weeks ago, I asked if we could get the phone numbers on the web for all of you guys. Look, today, same thing. The only thing on there is email. Nothing's gotten changed. And what are we into, our third month now of you guys being here, and
It's done. It's done.
it's coming?
It's done.
Oh, it's done?
Yes, sir.
It's not on the web, though.
No.
Also, Nancy, that has to be upgraded, because you guys just did the no mask thing today. It still says masks required in City Hall. So that has to be upgraded too, your website. All right, that's about the only two things I have right now. It's just that. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Would also like to speak? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Kathy Hebert. I live at 166 Bloom. And I've been coming to these meetings the last couple of months, and I've learned a lot. And I may not have the right terminology, but basically what I've heard the last couple of meetings, or, since January, that there are times that the city wants to order things, like the HVAC, the 911, and there were a couple of other things. And you talked about using the money, a budget transfer, or there was another term used. So you took the money from this account, and it really wasn't for what you wanted to buy, but you had the money here, and you were going to be getting the money at a later date from either a grant or next year's budget or something. And every time I come to the meeting, or almost every time, someone is asking for money that wasn't actually in the specific budget. So they want to kind of transfer money to pay for something that they want to get. And I kind of think that's part of the reason we're always in this mess that we're in. And, just with the exception of emergencies and like the 911 system in the police department, to me that was a valid thing. I know that it hadn't been maintained and it became an issue. So yes, I can understand taking from Peter to pay Paul, or whatever the saying is. But for the most part, some of the things, like the HVAC system, it was being ordered, but nobody had really authorized it. Nobody knew where the money was coming from. I'm kind of against that as a taxpayer, as a city person. Except for emergencies, I don't run my household that way. And I just have an issue with that. And because a particular department didn't plan well, or, poor planning, doesn't always justify transferring money around last minute. I think we need to have a more planned approach, and hopefully we will. So, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else would like to get up and speak? Yes, sir.
Hi, my name's Rich Hebert. I live at 166 Bloom Street, and I just got a couple of thoughts, because I've also been at some of these other meetings. One of the things that, I know this is relating to the ARPA also, but I'd like to suggest that we create a free bus route somewhere around both ends of Campbell Avenue to run back and forth. That would help the elderly, would help the downtown business area, and also University of New Haven. As far as the ARPA thing, I also have a little annoyance with the way that was presented, because it's almost like it's being sent downhill without any real public input. It seems like you've picked the experts, and we have to live with that. And I just find that we should have some public representation on that. It shouldn't always be coming from the top down. I've got a suggestion for you, that we create something that I like to call the patch patrol. And you send a truck out with coal patch to fill in the horrible potholes that afflict our city. They are some real disasters out there, and you can't see it until you're in it. Now, the coal patch is very easy to put down. You take a shovel, you put it down, you tamp it a little bit, and if it's warm enough, you put a sealer on it. But it will prevent a lot of situations where people could get hurt. I don't know what the issue is with the cars for the police. There's talk about 10 electric cars. Are they for the police, or are they for the city hall? I mean, it's not clear. You folks talk about things, but I don't find the explanation that justifies any of that. There was talk about we need a health center, a senior center, a welcome center, a youth center, and an arts center. I'd like to suggest that you combine some of these things together so you don't have to recreate buildings. We're not going to get them all into one building, but it suggests that maybe you have 2 or 3 places that we could address for the future, and that will could come out of the ARPA funds. I'd also like to suggest a bathroom and a water source for Sandy Point, because that area gets a lot of people that go through there, and it would be nice to have something better than the outhouse that's there now. I guess that's it for now. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Anyone else like to get up and speak?
Good evening, council members. My name is Camila, and I'm a member of the Sisters in Diaspora, a group of mostly immigrant and refugee women, most of whom are residents of West Haven. Our group formed 1 year ago to try and find solutions for the one central challenge all of us are facing in our lives, and that's how hard it is to keep a roof over our heads. Safe, dignified housing is a human right and an essential building block of a healthy life. But in West Haven, every year it gets harder and harder to afford renting a home, especially for working class families. And that's if you're immigrant or citizen, it doesn't matter. If you're working and living paycheck to paycheck, it's extremely difficult to keep up with housing costs. And according to a 2019 report by Data Haven, the average renter in West Haven is $13,000 short of affording a 2-bedroom apartment. The federal government states that for housing to be considered affordable, it needs to cost 30% or less of a family's income. By this definition, an individual needs to be earning a minimum of $27 an hour in West Haven to afford a 2-bedroom apartment. This is more than twice minimum wage. If it wasn't hard enough before to afford rent before the pandemic, COVID-19 created huge economic hardships, as we all know, for our community. All of us know someone who lost their job or had their hours severely reduced or had to quit to take care of loved ones who were sick. And when you're working paycheck to paycheck, these hardships brought by the pandemic mean the difference between having a place to stay or getting evicted, which has long-term consequences on the well-being of families, but also communities as a whole. It also means never having the possibility to save. And many of the families in our community live in apartments that are much too small and crowded, even though their parents work around the clock to provide for their families. And while federal housing subsidies exist, the wait lists are far exceed the number of available housing units. All of us, many members of our community are on the wait list for Section 8 housing and have no indication of ever getting off that wait list. And that's not to account for all the people who aren't eligible. We want to see the urgency of this housing crisis reflected in the city's spending and priorities. And we know, and we're talking here about ARPA. Given the urgency of the housing crisis facing our city, we urge the city to utilize a significant portion of ARPA funding to provide rent relief for families that's meaningful and lasts for multiple months. Existing housing access programs have proven to be insufficient. So we urge our city to take advantage of this federal funding to create real solutions for the thousands of people who don't have access to a basic human right, which is safe, affordable housing. And we will not recover from COVID and lead better lives without that. We ask for this money to be used as immediate relief because we can't ignore that urgent need of our community. And many people in our community are entrepreneurial and could lead to economic stimulus if they didn't have to worry so much about spending all their money on rent. And we hope that this will lead to other investments in affordable housing in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your address, ma'am?
Sorry?
Your address?
Oh, I'm not a New Haven resident, but I'm here with my friend who is.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not a West Haven resident. I live in New
We need your
Haven.
address.
177 Chestnut Street in New Haven.
Thank you.
Yes.
Anyone else like to get up and speak at the podium? For a second time, anybody else would like to hear? Mr. Hickey.
Yeah, I should wrote things down. Mike Hickey, 32 Bungalow Lane. You see that our finance director is gone. Should have been gone in October of last year. I'm very highly suspicious of Compass Investment Group, L&H Company, LLC, JIL Sanitation Solutions, LLC, and youth violence related to COVID-19. Those 4 companies stole $1.2 million. Taxpayers' money, not government money, because the government, just like you, don't get any money. That's our money. Walked out of that finance director's office with not a single problem. What bothers me is how these companies got an okay to even do business in this town. One of them that stands out is the sanitation. I know for a fact that any sanitation, any contractor that comes to this city got to go out to bid. And low bid wins. And if it's a city one, he gets 10%. Since it's a Board of Education that is one of the schools that supposedly it was cleaned, then the Board of Education had to be in it on as well. And they do the same thing. What I want to know is who authorized these to be paid? Who authorized these companies to even exist? I don't want to hear that Mike did all this by himself. Not the way this town is run. I know one thing. There's 4 people that are up now on big charges. They're all looking at 20 years. They're all on the merry-go-round right now. And if you remember the old merry-go-round, there used to be a brass ring you had to grab for. One of them's going to grab that brass ring. And a whole lot of other people are going to go down. Because 20 years is a long, long time. He'll be an old man by the time he gets out. You're the mayor. If you're still the mayor when this comes, and if not, you need to call the feds. Leave your empathy at home. 20 years, I want the maximum sentence for every one of them. Send a clear message, it's not going to happen in this town anymore. When you start stealing $1.2 million in a blink of an eye, and you didn't fire the finance director as soon as you found out, I have a lot of problems with the mayor. You knew about the overtime, so the finance director had to go to you to clear that overtime, which checks for only $20,000, $12,000, $5,000, little stuff. You're telling me he didn't come to you for $84,000 or more 9 times? I don't buy that at all. Credit card misuse. That's a big deal. I had a buddy that got financially buried. Yeah, they can use the number without the card. Before he could get it in the newspaper, when he was going through his divorce, his wife put him $35,000 in debt. That's 1974. That's a lot of money by using just a number. Yeah, there's an issue. And you shouldn't say there isn't an issue, for the simple fact is we had a Board of Education athletic director that was retired that was exercising the Board of Education's credit card to remodel his home. So if one's doing it, you better believe that other people are doing it. You got to keep an eye. That's our hard-earned money. Got a new Scott Jackson, new finance director. Man wore an awful lot of hats. Commissioner for the Department of Labor, Department of Review Service, MARB, Undersecretary of OPM, Chief Administrator Office in New Haven, Hamden, Finance Director, and a former mayor of Hamden. Comes with a lot of qualifications. I got one problem. Why so many qualifications? Scrutinize this one and scrutinize it well. I don't want someone else's headaches. I know the man is standing here, but I'm an upfront and honest man. You know where I'm coming from at all times. I'm not buying any of this stuff anymore. I can't afford it. I see on the finance updates, we got the police pension study update. And I know they're all sitting here. All right? Anybody that works for this city, belongs to a union to this city, past or present, has to step back. Massive conflict of interest. You can't have anything to do with this contract. None whatsoever. It's the proper thing to do. It's absolutely the right thing to do. You represent the city, the whole city, not unions. All right? I hear and I read and I complain. We got out of this with Mayor Picard. We can't afford these luxurious pensions. I can't. If worse comes to worse, have them join the state pension, the state retirement. To get their medical, Social Security, a state retirement, plus a 401k plan. That's more than 2/3 of the Americans in this country get. I've worked for 50 years of my life. The only thing I had was a paycheck. All that I saved on my own. There was no 401ks. I didn't have a retirement. I was lucky if I got medical. And if it's good enough for me, then it's good enough for anybody else. We just can't afford it. Now, they said, well, they can't hold on to the guys that retired from one police station because they didn't want the overtime. So why didn't you just hire more guys from other police stations and let them just work 8 hours a day? They already had pensions and health care from those police departments. All you needed to do was just pay them a salary. No rocket scientist to figure this stuff out. All this is where I come from. It's nothing. It's just how to shake the taxpayers more money. I'm on the edge. I won't be paying my taxes until Thursday. I'll be there. All right? Because it was more important to put heat in my house than come up with the money for this town. You don't seem to spend it right anyways. All right? But I'll pay the late fee, and that's the best I can do. But now it's worse this week than it was last week. We're on fixed incomes. There's no extra money out there for us. I'm living on the margins. And we've worked all our lives. So don't sit there and tell me I got to give more, because it just isn't there. I'm on the verge of losing everything we ever worked for. Not that you have anything to do with it, all right? But that clown down in Washington has everything to do with it. And that's all I'm going to say. Watch your P's and Q's. This is going to get dirty. Trust me, this is going to get dirty. These aren't gangsters, all right? These are a bunch of punks that thought they were going to rip off and nobody was going to pay attention. One of them's going to roll. And I'm going to have no doubts in my mind they're going to find out that this has been done before in this city. It's the only reason they stepped up and played this game, for that kind of money. And a lot of people are going to go down. And the only reason it was kept quiet was because of an election. Why do I know? Because John Lewis debated the overtime, Miss Mayor, with you at the primary. If you knew about the overtime, you had to know about these checks disappearing, or these checks being cut. They're all done at the same time. You kept it quiet for political reasons only. If the taxpayers had known that this was going on, the man I would be talking to right now would be Mr. Cohen as mayor, not you. I got a lot of Democratic friends in this town that are super pissed. You'd have never made it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hickey. Anyone else like to get up and speak? Yes, ma'am.
May I take my mask off? Robin Parsons, 129 Bellevue. I was going to read you the Riot Act, but I think we've already been given the Riot Act, so I'm going to cut it really short. I think I know most of you. I appreciate your service. The reason I'm here tonight is because when I read the minutes from the last meeting, I noticed that,
Mr. Chairman, can we have order?
He's leaving.
I noticed that one of the suggestions I made about the ARPA funding during the last meeting wasn't in the minutes, and I really think it's important for you to hear it. As you know, I am all about systems and procedures. I think that issue after issue after issue here, whether we're talking about the DeMassa situation or a host of other problems that were supposedly addressed but haven't been addressed, all come down to systems and procedures. And there is a section of the ARPA funding that is specifically identified as effective service delivery. West Haven needs effective service delivery help. And the category includes spending money to improve delivery of government services and building capacity. If you don't have these things, you can spend a huge amount of money on doing what you want to do, and it's all going to fall through your fingers because you don't have the capacity to evaluate whether what you're doing is having the consequences you want it to. Communications, data tracking, using evidence to inform your decision-making are all part of this. Money spent here is going to keep money that is spent elsewhere from going down the tubes. I mean, those of you who run businesses, work in law enforcement, or do any service-providing enterprise know that you have to track performance in order to do better. So I think it's really critical that you try to make sure that some funding is allocated here. We need at least 10 Wilma Petros in this city, not just one. I hope that you will consider doing that. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Anyone else like to come up and speak?
Good evening, Eleanor Slamba, 18 4th Avenue. And my remarks tonight are informational. I wish to convey the update on some seeds that have been planted and different conversations that have been had around the organization of the arts community. There is a roundtable scheduled for this Saturday, an arts and culture roundtable at the West Haven High School at 2 p.m. And it's been very heartening to see the number of individuals and organizations come together and dedicate this time to being in the same room together and initiating discussion that can help us all in common and help the community. So I just thought I'd briefly tease out some of the highlights so that you're all informed and on the same page. And as you go out and about this week, you could spread the word in your respective districts or in whatever networks you think would benefit. The day will be starting with, it'll be in the cafeteria at the high school with AV support. And a tradition I hope to start and continue in as many places as possible is to start with art. So it is an arts meeting, but we'll also be starting with an arts experience. And then there'll be some displays as people walk in of things that they might not normally think of when they think of, the overall impression will be, hey, there might be more going on here than I thought. We hope everybody learns about different types of arts and culture going on in the city that they didn't know about when they came. The discussion will include a funding update for the Arts Center, highlights of the cultural assets map that I've reported on here before and that we've put significant time into verifying, correcting, and expanding. What those highlights might mean for developing programming to serve the community or evaluating the space needs of the organizations and artists that are here will be touched on. And, that has ramifications for the community as a whole beyond the arts. So Leilani Perry from the Economic Development Commission will be speaking briefly to that. And it also has implications for the broader cultural community beyond the West Haven borders. So I'm pleased that the executive director of the International Festival for Arts and Ideas is present and interested and will be speaking to that. Then we'll be introducing point people who've stepped up to want to anchor certain topic-based discussions in various areas. There's 14 of those areas, it turns out. So we won't be having the discussions as much as kind of marking who's going to be anchoring those discussions, and then have some networking time so people can sign up for different follow-ups that might take place on Zoom or in smaller venues, as months continue. Those 14 topic areas range from access and accessibility to theater to youth arts and healthy aging. So many meetings and different signals of interest have gone in. We just want to build a big, wide platform where projects can be built around motivated individuals and serve the community. And hopefully these conversations will inform not only how the Art Center of our future will be able to step into an ecosystem where there's already significant things going on, but also help inform programs or collaborations or partnerships that might start to lift off over the next 2 to 3 years. So that's the hope and that's the motivation, and the goodwill and unity are showing themselves in ways that I hope you'll be pleased by. So that's the word on the Arts Center this Saturday, and thanks for representatives from this body who've attended the planning meetings. If I can be so bold, Colleen and Mitch and Trinae have stepped up to go over some of the materials and add their input. The mayor, of course, gave us her blessing in the beginning, and thank you very much for that. And that's all. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else would like to come up to the podium? Second time, anybody else would like to come up and speak at the podium? Yes, ma'am.
Margaret A. Krasminski, 1 Robart Street in the Allentown section, West Haven. Under finance updates, the police pension study update. I remember once before there was a pension study for the police department. and we're doing another update. What was wrong with the update before on the first police pension? Was there something wrong with that update? That you couldn't use that one? We know they're in dire straits because policemen are leaving because of the way we haven't updated their pension, that horrible 401k plan. We educate the ones that are coming. We give them, I think 5 years, and then they're off to other police departments that have a better pension plan. It should never have gone to the 401k plan. That was the worst thing that ever happened. We are spending money on educating them. After their experience, say 5 years, they go to other departments in other cities that have the defined pension plans. It's useless to continue doing it. It hurts West Haven. Then we get policemen who come on board that were policemen in other communities. They have the experience, but they have pensions that retired on from other communities. So it doesn't make a difference to them that they have a 401k plan here in West Haven. It hurts us as a community to give them that 401k plan. It doesn't work. The 401k plan is fine if you're a business person like myself. The company I work for, management was able to have a 401k plan. But us, like me, we had a defined pension plan. It works in that capacity. It doesn't work in a capacity for a police department. It stinks. Whoever came up with that plan, Mr. Picard, and you, Nancy, you were on defined, no? Who instituted it besides Mr. Picard? Somebody had to help him to come in with that plan. I remember here, I was here sitting in upstairs. It didn't come in, on a whim. Somebody had a plan for it. Mr. Chairman, I notice you gave yourself the job. You're going to be going on with the committee for that plan that Nancy appointed the people for the money that's coming in from the federal government, the $29 million. Well, I hope you do a good job, because if you see there is something that could benefit the whole of West Haven, if that committee, doesn't straight and narrow with that money, I know we're only going to get $29 million. I wish it was more, because we are hurting here in West Haven. But I hope nothing disappears from that money. Keep your eyes on things, because I know you did a good job in Allentown. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else like to get up to the podium and speak? For the second time, would anybody else like? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. My name is Herminia Gaeta, and I live at 58 West Walk. What I'm here tonight, it's not to scold anyone, but to keep you all in mind what I've been asking for. A new senior citizen center. I've been to the high school, which is a beautiful, what you did, something to be proud. It's beautiful. And since at this time, the morale of the city is so far down, let's build a beautiful senior center for the senior citizens so that bring the morale up, and it's something that will stay forever. Thank you. Don't forget.
Hard to forget, ma'am. Would anybody else would like to get up and speak? Commissioner Brown.
Frederick Brown, 100 Smith Street, West Haven. I would like to congratulate the city and Mayor Rossi on an excellent hire in Scott Jackson. The reason maybe he's held so many positions, which one position was forgotten, he was a Senate aide, is because he does an excellent job. I worked with him in some of the state and federal campaigning I've done. Every time I called him, he called me back, he gave me an answer. He was extremely well respected. I know he will be respected now. He's respected among many of the people in the state. And I think we've turned this thing around, and I think the city's going to make a full recovery from what we're doing now, and he is certainly going to be a part of it. The one recommendation I would make is that I read the article on his hire, and Councilman Hosky said she is looking forward to meeting with Mr. Jackson, and I think that needs to be done sooner than later. Both Councilman Hosky and Mr. Jackson, Scott Jackson, will make a wonderful team. And the two of you will bring back the finances to this city. So again, Mayor, a wonderful hire. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to come up and speak? For a second time, would anybody else would like to come up and speak? Third and final time, would anybody else like to speak? Public session is over. Go to the regular council meeting. I'd like to have a motion to approve the regular meeting for February 14th.
Motion.
Councilwoman Hosky. Second? Second. Councilwoman Robin Hamilton. All in favor?
Aye.
Passes.
No,
Wait,
we have discussion, right?
Yeah.
We have to have discussion.
Oh, sorry. Discussion. I didn't take my paper out, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Any discussion?
First?
I just noticed one spelling error on the first page. Donnie Ziada's last name is spelled Z-I-A-D-A, not T. And that's all that I have.
That's it, yes.
Yeah, I have a bunch, I don't know if, and I'm sure it's just a typo, but it seems like the male are councilwomen, the women are councilmen, maybe we can get that changed. Put back to respectfully what it's supposed to be. I got it on page 1, page 2 as well. I marked them myself. On page 5, also, the second paragraph, it says, as the remainder of the communication, J, both Councilwoman Hamilton and Hamilton withdrew their motion. It's great, I did wrong, but
It's an attorney firm.
we need to, yes, it sounds like a law firm, right? We just need to find out who the two, I know Councilwoman Hamilton was one, I'm not sure who the second one was, who pulled that back. And I think that might be it outside of Johnny's Zayada's name. That's all I have for the minutes. Did we get them corrected?
Got all that? Thank you, Councilman Donovan. All set? Any abstentions? Motion passes. Okay, I gotta make a change tonight for tonight's agenda. I have to, I'd like to entertain a motion to add a Public Lands Committee meeting and Public Lands Committee reports to the agenda, the following executive sessions with the following items. The sale and lease and transfer of 165 Richard Street, which is formerly Thompson School. Communication A from January 24th, 2022 agenda.
from the Office of Corporation Counsel regarding the sale or lease or transfer of 26 Tetlow Street, formerly the Blake Building. Also, the sale and lease or transfer of 447 First Avenue. The sale or lease or transfer of 561 Main Street and 10 Sawmill Road, formerly Stiles School. And last, the Communication E from February 14, 2022 agenda from the Office of Corporation Counsel, the sale or lease or the transfer of 20 Helm Street. I'd like to have a motion, please.
Motion.
Thank you. Who's second?
Second.
Thank you, Trinae. Any discussion? Approve? All in favor?
Aye.
Abstentions? Motion passes. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is the council as a whole, executive assistant to the mayor, Louis Esposito, to attend this meeting and discussion about the city credit cards. I got it right here. I know it's it.
Lou Esposito, 56 Lakeview Avenue.
Well, there was discussions about the use of credit cards. There was an email sent out, and we got the impression that the credit cards were being used outrageously. Could you please inform us on what's going on with the credit cards, please?
The memo that was sent out because there was problems with the receipts being given over to me in a timely fashion. I mentioned it to the people that use the credit cards a number of times before. That last notice that was sent out, the memo, was a final notice letting them know that any further abuse of that procedure of getting the credit card receipts to me in a timely fashion, they would be suspended from using the credit card for future use. There was no fraudulent use. I have to emphasize that. There was no fraudulent use of this credit card by anybody in this city. Every credit card transaction was justified, and there was a receipt for everyone from every department that used it, from the police department to public works to personnel, medical, wherever the credit card was used, we had a receipt. The problem was I had to go trace them down to get the receipts. Sometimes there was 3 or 4. There was other times we had maybe 10 or 15. And there's not any one department that was worse than the other. It was just oversight on somebody's part. And it just took hours of time to track them down. And I had to remember who used a credit card, if it was for McKesson, was it Park Rec, was it medical, was it EOC? So I had to make a number of calls. I'd have to call the companies direct to say on such and such a date, credit card number ending in the last 4, what was it used for, who signed for it, and what was the amount. And we always had the receipts furnished to us, albeit late. So there was never any fraudulent use of the credit card. Every credit card purchase was justified at the end of the month. Between the finance department and myself, we would go over every one of them. I've got the records from the first day that we took office, or the first day that I started taking care of the credit card. I believe it was January of 18. Every receipt is in my possession. And every receipt was justified for what it was for, whether it was the police department, public works, Park Rec, whoever. They would call me, and I would authorize that sale, give them the number, and we would go from there. Sometimes, if they had to have the card in person, they would come and get the card, go make the purchase, bring the card back to me with a receipt. But when it was done over the internet, a lot of times, there was a little lax on certain departments that they would get the receipt, forget to forward it up to me. And I would have to go chase them down and track it down. But I got to say, once again, I've said it before in front of Marv last week, there was no fraudulent use of this credit card by anyone in this administration or any of the employees of this administration.
Thank you. I'd like to open up to the council if anybody has any questions for Mr. Esposito. Victor?
How you doing, sir?
Good, thank you.
First, I want to say thank you for all the hard work you do for the city. I appreciate you, and you're awesome. I just want to read the email into record so that people understand what he's saying. Louis Esposito, I believe that he did address this because he felt that it was a concern. But I do have a couple of questions after I read the email into record. Sure. Okay, so the email was sent Friday, February 4th at 2 p.m. The email is addressed to department heads, and it does say, use of the city credit card is a privilege that some continue to abuse. This will be the final notice regarding this issue. You must notify me prior to use of the credit card for authorization. Please use the attached form. In addition, receipts must, in capital letters, be provided to me for every, capital letters, transaction made without exception. You must return the receipt within 24 hours of the transaction or when you receive them. Going forward, privileges will be revoked for those who fail to adhere to this requirement. Thank you for your consideration, Lou. I just want to, it said attention department heads, but that was only supposed to go to department heads or for all of us employees and
It was
department heads?
meant for department heads by error on my part.
Okay.
When we sent it out, it was sent out to everyone. But there was no, I wasn't trying to hide anything. I
Right.
was trying to be proactive in sending it out and for not specifying exactly where it went to on the computer. It went to everyone, I believe, that was on the list of recipients.
Okay, I just wanted action. You know, you did receive it, you did get our email, so again, thank you for all your hard work. Thank you.
You all set? Councilman Bruno?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Esposito, so there's only one card, right? And you're in charge?
Only one card. We felt that that was the most prudent way to handle it, so that we didn't have a bunch of cards floating around. There would be more, it'd be harder to track a number of cards than it was to be tracking one card. There was some talk a few years back that we should give cards out to other departments, and after conferencing with the mayor and our treasurer, we decided that the best course of action at that time, and even today, I still believe the best way to do it, we have complete control over that card with one card. So I'm not trying to track down 5 different cards or 10 different cards. There's been mention from Marv about having P cards. If you have 8 or 10 P cards, that's 8 or 10 more possibilities of receipts being lost or having to find who charged what to whom.
Thank you. And the card is not being used unauthorized, correct?
The card is not being used unauthorized, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Esposito. Nothing else?
Councilwoman Trim?
Thanks, Lou, for coming before us today. It's unfortunate that all of this is taking place right now. It just feels like it's one thing after the other, but at the same time, it's good that everything's coming to the surface, because then I think that that means that moving forward, we can make the adjustments and implement the changes we need to better our city. So what systems have been put in place now that we know everything that's taken place and emails went out to department heads? What systems are being put in place to avoid fraudulent charges, or even though I know there hasn't been any, but what systems have we put in place to track down people with receipts, to make sure that we obtain them so it doesn't take like days and months to obtain them? What procedures have been put in place, moving forward?
With the memo that was sent out, it says that going forward, you must use the attached form to notify me prior to the use of the card. We had a couple of instances where I got the forms before this all happened. The form stayed on my desk. When I get the receipt, I would put the form along with the receipt, and it would go into my file. Prior to that, it was either by email or by phone call, and sometimes I would forget because I forgot who called me, and then when I got the statement at the end of the month and we started going over it, then I would have to say, okay, this was from the PD or this was from Public Works, and I'd have to call them and remind them, I need the credit card receipt for this date and for this purchase. So going forward, I think what we've said is that they must inform me, and they have to give me the form prior to the use of the card.
I'm very glad that we only have one credit card. I think that's, it's important to keep everything limited to that. And I don't remember her name, but when she came before us, she did say that we were a small municipality and we really didn't need a ton of cards. So, thank you for answering my question.
Thank you, Trey. Councilwoman.
Hi, Lou. Thank you for coming before us. So I understand there's one card, but who has access to the number? Like, are department heads able to just use the card because they have the number, they have the code on the back?
They would
Because you
call-
don't actually need the card.
No,
Doesn't
they would
matter
call
for-
me, and I would give them the credit card number again, the expiration date, and the three-digit PIN on the back. And I'm hoping that everyone threw the number away, because they would call me constantly and ask for the credit card use. I have to have faith in my fellow employees that I don't believe, and I know, well, I should say I don't believe, I know that they were not using the card without being authorized to use it.
I mean, you can understand us being a little skittish
Absolutely.
about it, right? And in the future, because I know you know what you're doing, but it would be wise to go to the people, go to the person, because it sounds like it was a small few, and rather than to kind of ring the bell. I know that you said it was a error, but that's what made us, get a little nervous about the whole thing when it was one individual or two individuals, and they just needed to be spoken to and disciplined if you have spoken to them before.
Yes, if I had spoken to them before and they kept on doing it, and some of them I did admonish, and sometimes I would let them wait for a while. And just to let you all know, since this happened, we have no use of the credit card. We have had some emergencies in the past week where, case in point, the police department had to get some camera equipment from Best Buy, and it was on the same day that we were canceling the card. I called them up and I says, have you made your purchase yet? He's at Best Buy right now. So I waited, I canceled the card. Unfortunately, the order was not fulfilled that day. Half of it got to be back ordered. When they went back, they said your card has been denied. They canceled the whole sale. So we are without a credit card. If something happened tomorrow, we had a major fire and we had to displace people, we cannot even put them up in a hotel because I have to call the hotel prior to them going there, give them the card number that they hold on file for payment. And we've been doing this, throughout the whole time. We had Doug Coulter came in, he had an emergency repair for the boiler in this building. I have no credit card. We had to rely on the contractor, and I think the contractor is going to get the part for us and then bill us for it afterwards.
So what is the plan of getting, it sounds like there's procedures and.
Well, the plan going forward is that we will have more stringent use of these forms, and anybody who doesn't adhere to it will not be able to use a credit card anymore. And if they do use a card without the authorization, we will know who it is, and they will be admonished or disciplined, whatever steps we have to take at that point. But I think that to throw the baby out with the bathwater at this time was the wrong action to take. If someone had come to me and asked me what that memo meant, we probably could have avoided all this, but unfortunately, the way I sent it out, everybody read it wrong, and I apologize for that.
Thank you.
Councilman Galliano?
Thank you, Lou. So, I guess my first concern would be, why are you taking care of the credit card, not the finance department?
Well, the finance department has they're the administrator of the card. I'm the card holder. Prior to that, before we took office, I think there was 4 credit cards in use in the city. After we came in, all the people who had them were gone, so we cut it down to 1, and the mayor decided that I would be the keeper of the card at that point. And it was the safest way. We had complete control over it. There was no doubt as to who was. I was here every day. To get somebody at the finance department every day and know what the charge was for, I don't know if that was the right thing to do or the wrong thing. At this point, I could only go by what my experience had been with the card over the past 4+ years. And I could honestly say, I think I've been a good steward of that card.
I'm not saying that you weren't, I'm just
No, no,
asking.
I'm just saying that-
asking why the finance department wouldn't take care of that. And two, I believe a P card system would be much better, because then you could hold each person accountable for their card, because in my business, we all have P cards. As I said at the last meeting to the former finance director, that if everybody had their own card, they'd have to be responsible for it, and you make them reconcile their own card. And if they don't do it, you pull the card. Simple, not too difficult. Listen, and I get you don't want to have 5, 7, 8 cards, whatever it is, but if you give each department their own card, then they're responsible for that card. And then at the end of the month, there's one person that could actually go through, like I do, and I go through 14 cards myself. I spend hours on it because I want to make sure nobody's doing anything fraudulent, like you say. And they have to attach receipts to every transaction and explain what they bought, whatever they bought.
And I appreciate that fact, Mitch, but again, you're saying we're gonna have 8 or 10 cards, and they're all gonna funnel down to one person again, in this case, you, and you're spending hours going over all them cards to make sure that they're right. It's no different than what I'm doing now, except I'd be having to administer multiple cards instead of one.
And then you're gonna hunt down receipts because you're reconciling the card, they're not. I want them to reconcile the card, not you. Because that's their responsibility, giving them that task. That's their job. If you give me a card, then it's my responsibility to take care of that credit card, right? And then I have to be responsible for it, just like it was my own credit card. That's just my belief. I mean, I think it would be a better system, personally. I think Wilma said it last time when she was here. She said a P card system would be much better. A card, you could hold people accountable that way, much easier than if you have one card and everybody. I'm not saying there's any misuse to it, but I think it's a little more, it doesn't have good controls to it. So that's just my personal opinion. I think a P card system would be much better, and everybody would have their own card. And then, again, let it go to the finance department and let them reconcile, not lose the executive assistant. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
What's that? Councilwoman Hudson?
Thank you. So I have a couple of points to make. One would be, I don't feel an ounce of guilt about stating that I thought last Monday or 2 Mondays ago that P card should have been canceled the next day. My displeasure comes in that it actually took a letter from the MARB to get that action taken. My concern is that P card, Scott Jackson, I'm sure, tell me again?
Credit card.
Credit card. Scott Jackson, we're going to talk some more about it, is that credit card has nobody's name on it. So you're saying that right now, if somebody unfortunately were to be displaced, we wouldn't have a way to put them up in a hotel. However, there's only one credit card, so if Chief Perno had the credit card because he had to go to Best Buy and on the way out the store inadvertently dropped in and lost it, you won't have a credit card anyway, so you're kind of still in that same spot. That credit card has no name on it, so the credit card that got lost by Councilwoman Hosky, who dropped it at the parking lot in Target, somebody else picked it up, walks into Target, and can charge $3,000 worth of stuff because there's nobody's name. There's nothing, like there's credit, like I still don't even believe that we're talking about going back to the same process. And it is mind-blowing to me that I get this as a municipality, but we need to start running it as a business. I have a P card for my company, and as the councilman said, there's checks and balances. Department heads should be accountable for tallying everything and bringing it forward. And I'm not saying what is the best practice, but there needs to be a better practice. There shouldn't be one card that 15 people can walk into Wawa's and use. I'm sorry, I have a problem with that. At what point do you get an alert? Like, my daughter uses my credit card, and if it's over $200, I get a text message that says that. Do we have that on the city credit card? I'm very curious. And I just want to say, Lou, I appreciate the 60, 70 hours you give to this city every week. I really, really do. But if there is one thing I have learned, and I need everyone to understand where I am coming from, I don't trust anybody. We had $1.5 million stolen from somebody that we thought we could trust. And we need policies and procedures in place to protect us, because nobody should be trusted that much. Nobody. I shouldn't be trusted. Councilman Quagliani shouldn't be trusted. Nobody should be trusted, because you can't tell by the way somebody looks whether or not you can trust them. I don't know what an untrustworthy person looks like.
Don't look at me.
I'm trying to get you to. I'm just saying. That is the one thing that so I get that and I'm sorry. You know, progressive discipline, I have worked with people in the union for, I don't want to say how many years, because I'm going to date myself, and, you know, people need to have progressive discipline. And then if you break policy, you break procedure, you take the credit card and you have in my opinion, it was never alluded to the fact that people had fraudulent charges. What was alluded to the fact, as in the councilman said, that in the email, it led to unauthorized purchases. And from where I come from, you purchase something, it's not authorized, it's theft. Plain and simple. And I don't care that they're department heads, I expect better. So I'm just a little bit still concerned, and I know the answer is not gonna happen tonight, but we need to do better. And nobody, and they can have their feelings hurt, and they can talk about it tomorrow at 9 a.m. over coffee. I don't care. Nobody can be trusted. We need policies and procedures to protect ourselves, protect the city's finance, the taxpayers. And I don't care that we don't have a credit card. We shouldn't have a credit card until we have a very comprehensive policy to hold people accountable, and you not having to run after adults to give you receipts. Like, it's just ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. I think that's all I have, Chairman. Thank you.
Can I make a couple of corrections there?
Oh, sure.
The credit card does have a name on it. It has my name and the city of West Haven on it.
That's even more concerning that I can
I'm just
walk
correcting
in.
the record,
Right.
Ms. Hosky. And as far as the memo I sent out, it never said that there was fraudulent use in
I
that
didn't
memo.
say it said. I said unauthorized.
It didn't
I
say-
said
it didn't say-
unauthorized.
It didn't say unauthorized either. It says there's an abuse. And the abuse pertained to the lack of the receipts being given over to me. There was never an abuse of the credit card itself or unauthorized use of the credit card. But again, I don't want to get into arguing, because we're all here for the same reason, to help this city move forward. If we decide not to have a credit card, one way or the other, the city is going to go forward. I just think that at this point in time, you know, we keep talking about P cards and how it's going to be better for the city, or how one credit card with one person in charge is worse for the city. I'm not going to argue either way for it. I just know that when I'm in charge of something, I'm more careful with other people's money than I am with mine. And I've always been that way. From when I was in the fire department, Peter will attest to that as well. I look out for the taxpayer dollars all the time. So whatever we decide going forward, I still think that we should try to come to some consensus of how we're going to handle this problem at this time. And without the credit card going forward, I just have to hope that we don't have any major emergencies where somebody has to reach into their own pocket. And this has happened twice. We had to get parts purchased up at the town garage. He had to put out money out of his credit card to buy the parts for the vehicles to keep them going. And then we have to reimburse them.
Right.
So, you know, there's so many parts in play here all the time, and I've juggled that card for 4+ years, and I think we've done well with it, and we've had no abuse on it. So whatever we decide going forward, I think, we're going to have to come to some meeting of the minds where we could sit down and say, okay, this will be our procedure going forward, and whether the consensus is P cards, or stay with the credit card, or who's going to handle the credit card, I don't think it's any one person's final decision to be made. I think we have to come up with a group of us to say, this is the way we're going to handle it going forward.
My point, and I'll make it again, is that we cannot have a policy, and this is to go forward, right? We cannot have policies where we're just trusting people based on their behaviors and whether or not they're a good person, because we have $1.5 million as proof that people aren't good people, and we need to do things based on policy. And this is not about anyone not doing their job or being, this is what I believe 1,000%, and we cannot, things need to be run like a business and not based on what we used to do. We had $1.5 million stolen from us. We have to assume, unfortunately, that people are not always their best selves when given the keys to the city. And this is no reflection on anyone specifically. In general, we need to protect the hen house because there's wolves everywhere. That's all I got, Chairman.
Hi, Lou.
Hi.
Thanks for coming. I just want to reiterate what Councilman Gagliano said, and also Councilwoman Hosky said. I think a P card system would work best. It would help you and take some of the responsibility off of your shoulders in order to let, each card holder reconcile their own statement. I have two questions. So my first question is, does the city...
It's a little hard hearing you with the mask on.
Oh, I'll take it off. Does the city have a time frame for how long you can keep your receipts? When do you have to bring them in?
Spend the money?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
When do you have to give the receipts in to
The
you?
receipts,
Yeah.
as the memo said, I want the receipts within 24 hours or as soon as they receive them. Sometimes the vendor doesn't send them in a timely fashion. They wait, an extra day or two, but the receipts are usually done within 48 hours,
Okay, so is that what happens usually with each city employee? Do they turn them in, or you have to chase them down?
Not to throw the employees under the bus, but sometimes the employees get the receipt, they put it on the side of the desk, and it gets covered over with another piece of paper and another piece of paper, and they forget about it.
So is there any way to, say, put some sort of discipline in place for those employees that don't hand them in a timely manner?
That's what the memo alluded to, is that if they continue to abuse this, their privileges to use the card will be rescinded. With the form that we've created, the form would stay on my desk as a reminder to me. And if I don't get a receipt within 2 days, I would see the form, because the forms stay on the top, not under the pile. And I would call the individual up and say, hey, you used the card on Monday, it's now Wednesday, where's my receipt? And most of the time, they say, oh, gee, okay, I'll send it right over to you. And it comes over by email. Again, I would put it together with the form that we created, and that would go in the file.
Okay. And my last question is, how long until we get another credit card? Or are we going to decide, are we not getting a credit card until we decide?
That's something that we're going to have to decide either through the council or through MARB. There's a lot of things in play. The card has been canceled. If we want to reopen the card, we have to get permission to, and then we have to, go forward to keep the same number for now. It's no time limit. The only thing is there's an administrator of the card and there's the authorized holder of the card. There's two different people. It's the assistant finance director is the administrator, and I'm the authorized user on the card.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councilman Quagliano.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, I won't beat this to death, because everybody's kind of had their, we all could have opinions, and I'm of the opinion that I've used the P card, and the P card flows through the finance department. But first, let me welcome Director Jackson to the city, and I think, maybe as that list is probably already pretty long, we could actually have him do his due diligence and have him bring forward a recommendation for a credit card policy for the city going forward. I really do think, whatever the financial best practice is, that's what we should be following. If this is it, we'll continue to follow it. If it's not, I'll trust his judgment to make a recommendation on what that policy should be going forward. So hopefully we could, we could move forward, and, I understand why there's needs for a credit card or a P card. I understand they're all valid needs. So hopefully, again, once the director gets settled, hopefully we can get a recommendation from him in finance how we should move forward. Thank you.
And just to expand a little bit more, I know sometimes less is more, but I did check with 3 surrounding towns. They all have credit cards. One credit card, there's one town, I won't mention the town, that actually has a petty cash fund. It just blows my mind how a town would have a petty cash fund. But most of the surrounding towns have the same system. They have one credit card, and they use it the same way that we've been using it. But it's whatever the town feels most comfortable with, and I have felt comfortable with what we have. But going forward, whatever we decide, that's what I will live with.
Councilwoman Sherb.
Hi, Lou. Thank you so much for coming tonight. I guess my concern was in the email when you said this is a privilege that you continue to abuse. And as, the council, we wouldn't be doing our job if the 2 words continue and abuse were used in that email. So my question would be, how long has this been going on for with you not receiving receipts on time?
To be perfectly honest, it's happened constantly, but in all different varying degrees. Sometimes it'd be 1 or 2 receipts not received. It's been as high as 10 or 15 that weren't received. So there's no magic number here. I think the last credit card statement we had, I think we had 3. I believe either 3 or 4. And they were easy finds because I remembered what who the charges were for, and I went right back to that department, so it only took me 45 minutes to an hour to rectify all 3 or 4 mistakes.
Right, and how far back do you keep these receipts? Do you keep
My
all of
receipts
them?
go back to day 1.
Okay, so you have all of the receipts?
Yes.
And would that be something that you'd be willing to present to the council?
You can come and review them. I will not give up the receipts because they're all in order. I change over every 6 months. It goes from January to June, July to December, and I keep them in my office.
Okay, and, it's just, we're just concerned, and as Councilwoman Hosky said, there needs to be procedure put in place so that, certain things don't happen again. And, after what happened with the money being stolen, you could see our concern as council.
Yep.
And with the city, especially with our citizens' taxpayer money that has been stolen. So we just want to make sure that if we have a credit card policy, that those procedures are put in place. And we don't want to hear the word continue, because if we continuously hear that word, then obviously someone's not doing their job correctly, and we don't want to have to go back and forth with, oh, why is this happening continuously? So that's just something that, I find, being a finance person myself, very important, and that you have to take the procedural steps in order to make sure that the job is done correctly.
Okay.
Thank you, Lou.
Thank you. Anybody else from the council have something to say? Councilman John.
Hi, Lou, thanks for being here. I'm looking at this from a different perspective, so bear with me here. What is the credit card used more for? Is it services or goods? And the reason I ask that is I try to bring everything into perspective here from years past. in years past, we've heard the horror stories from contractors, vendors, et cetera. It takes forever to get paid. But if they're asking for the credit card number, they're getting paid instantly. So now I go back to the original question, what is the credit card used more for? Is it services or goods? Because my concern is, our department heads kind of swing in the system where I can get a job done faster for my department. So let's say I'm Commissioner Tom McCarthy, and I need a tree cut down because it's a hazard, and Mr. Bob Harrington can't do it, so I've got to bring in an outside contractor and be cut. You see where I'm going with this?
Yep.
So what is it more for? Is it services or goods, or are we 50/50, 60/40 here?
Well, first of all, I would never give the number to a contractor, a vendor. It's, to say goods and services, it's a little bit of both, but it's not circumventing our process here. There have been times where we had to pay somebody for a job that had to be done, and they would not take a PO, they would not bill us, they wanted to be paid. We have parts that have to be ordered for the police department, for the town garage, for Park Rec. People will not bill us, they want to get paid in advance before they give us the parts. So it's a combination of everything, and to say it's goods or services, it's kind of mixing them together. Water pollution, sometimes it's got to get a major part because the machine is down. They cannot order it and say, send it to me, I'll send you a check. The company says to them, give me your credit card number or give me the payment up front and I'll send you the part. So at that point, I make the decision, is it prudent to pay the bill, get the part, get water pollution up and running again? And that's where we've been throughout the past 4 years, is keep the city moving, keep a close eye on what we're spending, and it gets charged off to the proper department. It's not that we're calling up Joe's Garage and say, listen, I need my his transmission fixed. Here's your credit card number. That's not the way we do business here.
Okay, good. The only reason I'm asking is I'm hearing these other questions, and I'm not blaming you on anything, I'm just gathering information here. It seems that instead of working smarter, not harder, we're working harder, not smarter, because we're making so much, if you count your steps every day, it sounds to me you're getting 10,000 steps in easy, chasing down people for receipts.
That's why I say trim.
Thanks, Lou. No further questions, Chairman.
So it sounds like, Lou, that you are keeping these receipts as hard copies, right?
Yep.
So just a suggestion for the future to, they have all these apps now where the city employees can scan their receipts, and then put them into your, a database somewhere. That way they can be shared with anyone, and you don't have to chase the receipts down. It's so easy. Okay?
Does that mean the council is going to authorize to have a secretary for me to take care of scanning them in?
No, each department, each user.
They just scan
each user.
picture, put it in the app, and everybody shares the app.
I hate to admit it, I'm too old for that. I'm old school, I still, but it's a good suggestion.
Anybody else? Mayor?
I just want to answer the question that was asked a while ago. Why isn't this credit card in finance? And I'm explaining to you why. That was my decision when we first got in, and it was based on the history of what was going on in the finance department, of which some of the people were still there. And it wasn't so much, I don't know whether there was fraud or not, but I know one thing. They were going to Capitol Grill an awful lot. They were going to other places an awful lot. And I was very, very concerned that if we left that card where it was, that would just continue. And we were a new administration. We wanted to do things correctly. And I trust Lou has every penny accounted for. He's got his box of receipts. He's got everything done. The other thing is what was just brought up as far as scanning things on phones. Because of freedom of information, it depends on whose phone it was. So in other words, if it's a personal phone, now you go and scan stuff on there, you're involving, personal as opposed to public. And when the two get mixed, if freedom of information gets in, a complaint is made, say, they can demand what they call an in-camera inspection of people's phones and different things like that. So I don't know, I think there'd probably be maybe a better way of scanning it through our scanner. We do have a scanner in our office as opposed to the phone. That's my 2 cents on that being with the freedom of information. But back to the original, that is why we kept it out of finance. We ran it through the city and not Wood. Every penny's been accounted for. Every statement has balanced out. Receipts came late that they shouldn't have. I agree, they're absolutely not. You should adhere to the policy, but the point is, at the end of the day, there was no fraud committed with that credit card. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
So, to answer some of your other questions, though, if you want to inspect the records, you feel free to call me, come up to the office, take them, sit down with them, go through them at your leisure, but I will not relinquish the files because I want to make sure they're all kept in order. Any other questions, Mr. Chairman?
No, I'm almost set. Anybody else got anything? Thank you.
You're welcome.
At this time, we're going to take the mayor to introduce our new finance director, Mr. Scott Jackson.
I'll be happy to take this mask off permanently. Okay. Good evening, Chairman Massaro and members of the City Council. It is my pleasure to introduce West Haven's new Director of Finance, Scott Jackson. He began work today. Mr. Jackson brings a wealth of knowledge and experience in local and state government. As a former mayor, finance director, commissioner, undersecretary, and MARB member, he is the perfect candidate to lead our finance department as we move forward after the unfortunate events of last year. I also want to ensure you, after the fraudulent actions that took place, I directed the Finance Department to review existing and add necessary internal controls to ensure the theft of public funds would never happen again. We have and are continuing to hire additional staff to make sure we have the necessary segregation of duties between purchasing, payments, and approvals. My office continues to approve any vouchers of $5,000 or more and will continue to do so until I am certain all of our controls are in place, working, and more importantly, being followed. As I mentioned, Mr. Jackson is still on his first day here in West Haven. It's been a long one, right, Mr. Jackson? And it will take some time for him to get acquainted here. But once he does, he will review all our purchasing, budget, and expenditure controls and make any necessary improvements or changes to ensure that our funds are safe and protected. Mr. Jackson will also evaluate and lead the correction of any issues that are brought forward in our annual financial audit and the forensic audit that was commissioned by the Office of Policy and Management. We have many difficult challenges in front of us, but I am looking forward to working with Scott Jackson and the City Council on these issues over the coming months. Thank you for your time, and it is my pleasure to introduce Scott Jackson.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you have a full agenda, so I will be brief. I believe in statute, regulation, policy, and procedure, and documenting those steps so that everyone is on the same page. A question was asked earlier, well, you've worn a lot of hats. Well, I have. I come into this with no ego. The short answer to that is that I am a government professional. And government professionals are in short supply. I'm very good at my job. And I intend to bring those characteristics to West Haven. I seem serious all the time, but I actually like to have fun. I think we can have fun doing good work for good people right here in the city. And my office is a function of that. And We'll take a look at the things that are working well. We'll take a look at the things that aren't working so well, and we will address them. Because every day is a new day. Every day brings with it the opportunity to create something, to do something, to be better than the day before. And that's the attitude that I'd like to bring to the job. And I've worked with some of you over the years. I look forward to working with all of you during my time here. Unfortunately, the city gets bad press when bad things happen. But every good thing that happens, nobody seems to notice. So we need to eliminate those bad things. And we need to advance the good things. So I look forward to working with you. I look forward to working with Mayor Rossi and the administrative team. And I think we're going to do better every single day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Welcome aboard, and I hope in favor of working with you also. Thank you. Now our clerk will give us the communications.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, we have before us Communication A from Commissioner Beth Sabo regarding a bid waiver request for the issuance of new beach stickers and the need to make sure that they are again included with their tax bills, which is being assigned to the Finance Committee Chairwoman Hosky. And that is all the communications we have this evening, Mr. Chairman. Oh,
Okay.
sorry. Me?
Councilwoman
Okay.
Hosky?
My apologies. So the Committee on Finance is open at 8:29. Members, Councilwoman Hamilton, Councilwoman Affarali, Councilwoman O'Connor, Councilman Quagliani, and myself acting as chair. I'm gonna move things around. Jermaine Samuels is here to talk to us about the presentation he gave to the MARB a few weeks ago and any other updates. Jermaine, if you'd like to come up, thank you so much for being here. Can I just tell you, the whole authentication thing was a lot, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Because then I know you're doing your job and it excites me.
Thank you. Jermaine Samuels, 355 Main Street. So today we're just gonna talk about the changes that has been made throughout the city of West Haven in terms of information technology. As you guys may be aware, it's about a year now since I've been here. Since I've started, I have taken a look at what the infrastructure stack looked like in the city of West Haven. What I did notice is that a lot of the systems here were very antiquated and needed to be upgraded and replaced. There's a lot of contracts that was, a lot of servers weren't in contract, they were out of contract at end of life, and I had to figure out, well, how do we get past a lot of these systems that was outdated in order to increase the security in the city of West Haven. So since then, I had sent out a memorandum letting the mayor know what we were facing and how it is that we would get past these things. Also, the previous finance director that was here, I worked with him as well on this. What we've done is we've implemented new systems such as our server stack, which we worked with a company called Nutanix to help replace some of the servers that were outdated. We had 2003 servers, 2008 servers that Microsoft had said to us about 4 years ago that we needed to get off of those servers because Microsoft will no longer be pushing out any security updates to them. So that was, I had to hit the ground running when I heard that. So since then, we've updated these servers. We've upgraded our servers from 2003 servers, 2008 servers to 2019 servers. We've also moved off of what seemed to have been a big issue as well, which was our email system. We were on a 2010 Exchange server, and we've migrated since the beginning of this year. We've migrated, but we were working on in the background in November, December-ish to get this done, but we've migrated in January from Office Exchange 2010 to Microsoft Office 365. As of right now, we're still in the process of doing additional migrations, which consist of what's called our file server. Our file server is where we keep our files. We started to migrate our files into the cloud. Another thing I picked up on while doing my study is that there was no true backup disaster recovery system here in the city. And what that means for the city is that if something happened to the building, it pretty much means that everything is destroyed. And so, because of that, I had to start moving everything to what's called SharePoint and OneDrive. OneDrive is the migration that we're currently working on right now, which we have pretty much migrated everyone files over to OneDrive. The next thing to do is pretty much migrating everyone to what's called SharePoint. SharePoint is kind of like, again, a file server that we can actively collaborate together on. But what this means for the city is that now everything is in the cloud. So if it's in the cloud, it means that if something happens to the building, you still have your files. If someone deletes a file, we can still recover the file. So we're still currently in the process of that. I'm anticipating that that should be done within the next month or two. What we've also done is we've also put redundant systems in place for disaster recovery as well. So what we've done is we've worked with another company called Haiku, which not only does Microsoft back up our stuff, but Microsoft has what's called a retention policy. So after a while, Microsoft is like, well, we can't afford to keep this data anymore. So the data needs to go somewhere. So we've worked with a company called Haiku. What Haiku does is it backs up our Office 365 tenant, but it also backs up all these servers that I've recently updated in the cloud as well. So again, it just simply means that if there's a true disaster, we can spin up servers in the cloud, and the city of West Haven can still continue to do business. One of the things I did realize as well is that the city, back in 2018, was hacked with ransomware attack. Now, in my opinion, the reason for that was it could be because of the antiquated systems, and it could be because there wasn't security policies in place that needed to be in place. And I don't know what the reason was for that. However, I think we're in a better position now than we were when I first started. The other thing I recently did was implement what's called multi-factor authentication. Now, multi-factor authentication pretty much means that if you're trying to log into your Office 365 email, we want to make sure that it's you, right? Because this is how the perpetrators work, where you know, with everything that's going on right now in the world, cyber attack is at an all-time high. And the last thing the city needs is another ransomware attack. And so I had to really implement that with what we have, because what I would like, it's actually costly. But I had to use what I had, which is a product that Microsoft offers with our Office 365 tenant, which is Microsoft Authenticator. But this just makes sure that when someone is trying to log into Microsoft Office 365, you pretty much get a push to your phone and you just approve. It's just verifying that it's you. So I recently implemented that last week, Friday. We actually pushed that through because of the federal government warning us about these things. In terms of other updates, currently, there's still also a lot of Windows 7 machines in the city of West Haven right now. Problem with the Windows 7 boxes is Microsoft has also asked us to get off of those. Microsoft is no longer pushing out security updates to those machines. And because of it, it still makes our system a bit vulnerable to any kind of security or ransomware attacks. So I would like to update these machines to Windows 10 as well, or even Windows 11, as long as some of the applications that we do use can support Windows 11 at this time. A lot of times when a new software comes out, we don't really want to try to be hasty and get on the latest platform. But what we want to do is we want to be on a stable platform that we know that our applications are going to work on this platform. And so with a lot of these Windows 7 boxes, we want to make sure that we get off of them and continue to do what we're doing now to try to secure the data that the city of West Haven is actually putting out there on the internet. What I would like to do in the near future as well is what's called a vulnerability assessment penetration test. And what that does is we'll obviously have a third-party company come in, and what they'll do is they will penetrate all our systems to see where is it that we have doors that's open that any perpetrator can get into. And if those doors are open, or they call them ports, right? If they're open, then we need to figure out ways to close parameters around those things. This way, if a perpetrator is trying to get in, it's going to be really hard for them to get in. What I do want you guys to know is that with these systems that we're putting in place and these doors that we're trying to close, it doesn't mean that it's guaranteed 100% that the perpetrators or, you know, the attackers, they won't get in. But what it does mean is that we're doing our due diligence to make sure that these things do not happen to us. One of the things that we know for sure is that local government right now is at an all-time high of people who are on the list of these perpetrators that they will be trying to attack. And so, again, like I mentioned before, the reason why the two-factor had to go in so quickly is because of what's going on in the world. That's pretty much all I had for today. Any questions?
Stop it, you know I have questions. So I just want to say that, and I don't know how, I am so forever thankful that you decided to be employed by the city of West Haven. This last year, and just seeing some of the things that you have done or implemented or talked about, you know, I see at my own very large worldwide company, right? All these things that you're doing, so I understand the importance of them, and I'm thankful because we didn't have that before. So we are forever thankful, or I am forever thankful to you. So a couple things I do want to talk about. When we were hacked, right, we got hacked, and that made me think back then that, well, maybe we should do this citywide. I think I spoke to you about it before you came, that we should do this citywide person, like you should be for the city. Because one of the things that I'm worried about is that we have this authenticator now, right? But does Allentown Fire Department, like, do you oversee them? Or, well, I'm going to give you a bunch of things I'm going to say to you right now. So do you, the fire departments, I know, you know, the Center District and the West Shore are separate, but how much stronger would we be if we all were together? You know, if they hacked us, could they then get over to the West Haven PD and shut them down too? Or are we all just on these different systems which make us all vulnerable, and we're not running all up under this one person who is, and I tried to do it a couple of years ago, but I was shot down and it never happened, and it really annoys me because we don't really know, like when you hire these people, like, come hack us. That's how my company says, like, hey, you bring them in and you want to see if they can hack you to get these ports, and if they get in, what can they really do? Can they get at the library, like the Library of West Haven? What system are they on? So that's my question.
So, to answer your question, the city is on a completely different system than the PD, the Board of Education, fire departments.
All three?
Yes, they actually do their own separate things. I think it's important that we all come together.
Me too.
And figure out a way to get all the systems in one place. And the reason why I say that is because if we can get all the systems in one place and we can make sure that we're implementing the same things, the same security procedures, the same policies throughout the entire city, then this means that it's not that it's going to be harder to hack, but it just means that we know where everything is coming from, right? We know how we're controlling the internet traffic that's flowing through the city. We know how, you know, if West Shore District wants to put cameras in a certain area, the city has access to it because we're on the same IP scheme or something like that, right? But IP scheme just simply means like internet traffic, right? So we know how we're directing traffic and how traffic is flowing into the city and things of that nature. The other thing that we also need to consider is that when we're talking about things from a global standpoint, we tend to get prices a lot cheaper from, like, for instance, with this Microsoft, this recent,
Windows, right?
this
Everybody,
recent
yeah.
Microsoft Office 365 migration. If we had done this collectively together, of course we would have got a better price. It's just the nature of how business work, right? And so if we are talking about network switches, for instance, these are switches that we plug our Cat5 cables in, our internet cables in. If we're buying from a vendor and we're gonna buy 50 switches, but let's say the West Shore Fire Department needs another 50, or the PD also needs 50. Well, if we're gonna buy 150 switches, they're gonna give it to us for a very cheaper price. And that's just the nature of the game, and I do think that it will be important for everyone to sit down at some point and discuss that and figure out how we can get everything to be on the same platform.
Right. So that's
And it's
my
better,
other.
sorry, and
No,
it's
I'm
also
sorry.
better, it's a better way of managing everything as well, so.
So that was kind of what I thought 2 years ago, right? You just, everyone, it is cheaper, right? it's going to cost less. Microsoft is going to give you a better product at a cheaper price. I mean, now when we're upgrading laptops, companies are coming in and trying to outbid the other company because
Correct.
they want your business.
Correct.
And it's like every 3 years. Why? Because it's just cheaper to get them. I mean, do you know, and maybe you don't, and this will be my last question, because then I'm going to open it up to everybody. Do other municipalities do it that way, like our surrounding towns? Like, are we like the only one? Because I find it very odd that we did not want to move towards this.
So there is other municipalities, I won't mention, but there is other municipalities around the city of, the state of Connecticut, that they do have an overseer, but they have a very large IT department. It's not one guy, it's not two guy, it's not three guy, it's 10 guys and more. But again, because the IT stack is now bigger, right? So we need more people to help manage it. Again, what I've noticed what the city was doing is we were outsourcing a lot of things. Whenever you bring an MSP provider in, it tends to cost you more money, right? Because you may potentially spend $500,000 a year on employee on site, and to have an MSP come in to manage something that's like global, it could cost you millions of dollars. So I think it's important that, again, that we, at some point, we discuss that.
I do too. I thought so 2 years ago. Councilman Quagliani?
Thank you. Jermaine, thank you, and thanks for what you've been doing to try to harden our systems here.
Thank you.
Just a couple of questions. So, what is your span of control? I just want to be clear on that. So is it the city of West Haven minus the police department and the Allentown Fire Department and the Board of Ed, or what do you have control over?
The city of West Haven.
Not the Board of Ed?
Not the Board of Ed.
Not the Allentown Fire Department?
Not the Allentown.
Not the West Haven Police Department?
Not the West
And then
Haven.
I won't even go to the other fire districts because they're
The
they're
only
independent.
thing that I know that we provide to certain areas is telephony systems, right? So our phone system. Yeah, we have to have some kind of gateway to these areas where we can provide phone systems to them. But apart from that, that's pretty much all we have. Even on a email standpoint, we don't have access to that.
So are there points of connectivity where these other systems come into our systems, and because you are not the umbrella or have the span of control, is that, I mean, you talk about gaps. I mean, I'm wondering if that potentially, like you just rolled out, two-factor authentication, right? But you only rolled it out to the city, but isn't the Board of Ed on city email, or isn't the police department, they're all separate?
They're not, they're separate.
So they have a separate...
Completely separate system. So everything that was rolled out with two-factor authentication, it went to whoever has a city email, westhaven./ct@gov. That's all.
And none of these other
Entities.
departments, they don't, like, the Board of Ed doesn't have access to Munis, direct access to me. And I'm asking this question because that, to me, could be a gap, right?
So the Board of Ed has access to Munis because I have to create these accounts and send them out to Munis. But again, it's only a little bit different because Munis is a cloud-based system, right? You only need an email. You can say you had a Gmail account and you can still get into Munis as long as I create an account for you. But in terms of from a management perspective, I can't manage their systems just as they might not be able to manage my systems.
So I know that we're in public session, but is there anything that you feel you need to tell us regarding potential general gaps that you want to focus on, or maybe different span of control could cover? I mean, I agree with Chairwoman Hosky there, that the idea of bringing everybody together under the same umbrella seems to be a little bit more, besides saving money, it's more efficient and potentially have less gaps. So is there something that you would look to us as a council to help you achieve in this next coming year?
Sure. So in the next coming year, I'm happy you brought that up. In the next coming year, we actually, I recently submitted my fiscal year plan, and some of the things that I had here was upgrading network switches, right? So if we can get network switches to these different entities, and set up the network, redesign the network a way where everyone can talk to each other. Then if everyone can talk to each other, then we can start thinking about how we can implement these systems or even put everyone under one umbrella. That's the first part that we need to do. We need to take care of the network, right? Because we need to figure out how the internet traffic is flowing. And once that's done, then we can say, okay, for instance, if I go back to just the disaster recovery stuff I just discussed, remember, this stuff is actually on Microsoft's side, right? So to spin up a server and do some stuff like that on Microsoft's side, it takes some time, because it got to propagate across the internet, and the servers has to turn on. But if we have an additional redundant system at the PD department, then it's easier if there was a disaster in this building, and it's easier to actually spin up and still be able to conduct business in the city of West Haven. With Microsoft, it could potentially take 24 hours, or it might take 5 hours, depending on how much money we want to really spend to get everything back up and running. Again, one of the things that was said to me in terms of the ransomware attack was that it took us 3 weeks plus just to be able to do business again. In my opinion, that's unacceptable. And the reason is because if we were doing the right thing and the right thing in the first place, it would have never happened that way. Even if our data was compromised, we could have still got something back to spin something up if we were doing what we were supposed to be doing. And again, like I said, I don't know what the reason was why there weren't redundant systems in place, but again, it happened. I mean, even in my career, what I've noticed, and I've traveled throughout the entire U.S., but what I've always done whenever I'm setting up systems is there's always a redundant system. Like even with ISP, with the internet, if I'm at one location and they have Cablevision or they have Optimum, well, okay, I need a secondary modem such as Xfinity or Comcast, just in case one goes down. Because if one goes down, that means everything collapses. Again, that's all I kind of have.
No, and I appreciate, because we have to start somewhere, and then I'll yield the floor, but my wish list is that we could get to a point where we could conduct business and our residents just could come to a redone, user-friendly City of West Haven website where they could go and get services online as opposed to going to this department or that department or the other department. That's my wish. If we could get to that point where we could do a lot of these services, where people don't have to come to a specific office and conduct their business, like most of the, like typically happens out there every day, right? I'd love to see us get to that point, but again, that's just my wish, so. Thank you, what's that?
I'm going to do the Finance Committee first. Councilwoman Hamilton?
Jermaine, I send you all, thank you notes all throughout, whatever, so publicly, I want to say thank you for all you've done for West Haven. Just because it came up in public session, can you confirm, are all the council members' emails and telephone numbers on the city website?
So it should be. The reason why I'm saying it should be is because in terms of a communication standpoint, there is someone else that runs the website. But I did notify them that this needed to be updated. They confirmed to me that it was updated, and I went and checked, and I thought it was. However, it sounds like a gentleman that was here said it wasn't, but it should be.
When
So,
I spoke to, after speaking to you and giving you the information,
yes.
it appeared to me too that it was all there.
Right,
too.
so
So if you can confirm that with me one more time tomorrow.
I'll confirm with you.
I appreciate it, and I need help, because I got a little messed up doing the.
Two-factor.
Apologize. Thank you.
Anyone else from the Finance Committee have any questions for Councilman Johnstone?
Thank you, Chairwoman Hopkins. Jermaine, I can't imagine the stuff you're going through, because my brother's worked in technology, and it can be a headache.
Yeah.
So I guess I feel like I'll address a little elephant in the room. When you're talking about Windows 7, I feel like I'm back as a freshman in college, because it's that long ago. So how much of our network is on Windows 7, if you were to take a guesstimate right now?
At least 35%.
That's too much.
So the elephant is, what would something like that alone cost to update?
So what I did notice is that we were trying to make headway, and a lot of the machines that we had, what they did is they threw Windows 10 on them, on these boxes, but they didn't consider the resources that the computer has, right? And, you know, whenever you update to a new computer, just like iPhone does, whenever you update, they almost force you to get a new iPhone. Well, it's essentially the same thing. So you have a lot of machines out there that is on Windows 7, but you also have machines that's on Windows 10, but the machine itself does not have enough resources to run Windows 10. And so what I've experienced is that there's a lot of end users that they are consistently saying that their computer are super slow. And these computers, these are some of the computers that needs to be replaced as well. But again, it's 35% plus that's on Windows 7. And I do think that to replace those machines, I've gotten a price here. Laptop plus docking stations, I had a price in there for $35,000 to replace some of them this coming fiscal year. And going forward in the next fiscal year, we will try to replace the computers that lack the resources that is running Windows 10 that should be replaced.
Thank you, sir. Chairwoman Hopkins, no further questions.
Hi, so, just to let you know, they are all there. I think if you look on the front page, you click meetings, agenda, then the members. If you click the member, it goes to where you can send me an email. But if you go to the bottom, I have a new phone and I'm still learning how to do it. Staff directory, it has all the council members and their telephone numbers listed.
That's what I originally thought.
Yeah, I think it probably is just a little funny to get to. You have to click staff directory. Councilwoman O'Connor?
So the price you just quoted, the $35,000, would just replace the computers in City Hall?
This is just to replace the Windows 7 computers in City Hall.
So besides more people, and I guess lots more money, what else would you need to put all the city departments under one umbrella?
Under one umbrella?
Yeah, $35,000 just to replace some 35% computers in City Hall is a lot of money. So would you have to get new computers throughout the whole city then?
So, I'm not sure about throughout the whole city. Again, I only know about the IT stack here in the city of West Haven. But to replace the computers here, yes, it will run us $35,000 to replace the machines that is running Windows 7.
Okay.
Okay.
I really need to win Powerball. There's just.
So, thank you. So just to piggyback off of what Councilwoman O'Connor is saying, I'm positive, so these are just one of the gaps, right? It has to be a
Just
gap.
one.
Because if you think about it, I'm positive that I'm assuming, I don't know, I can look at the commissioners, I can't see C1, he's kind of at an angle behind you. You know, if the PD has to replace some of their equipment, if the Board of Ed has to replace some of their equipment, if West Shore or the Center District, this is one of the things we're talking about, is that 35,000 might only be 32,000 if we have this larger, if we're buying in bulk. I mean, we can't, the city part of it can't be the only one. I mean, Board of Ed, they're every year they're going through, and I mean, we have to buy smarter, you know, because it just makes sense. So I'm gonna say this because I challenge you to be the one, to reach out to other departments and say, or even go to the mayor, say, hey, can we talk to Chief Terenzio over in Allentown? Can we ask, you know, Mr. Cavallero, you know, are they buying computers? Let's do this smarter. Let's save some tax dollars. You know, we have Scott Jackson saying, you know, we got to get these good stories out. Well, be a good story. This is a good story. Everything you're saying right now is a good story. But and then I know, you know, is it your job? Yes, I empower you to let it be your job. So somebody's got to make that change. So contact the commissioner. I can give you John Carano's number. Ray's left for the night to see, are they going to be put, oh, Ray, you are here. You would, you know, are you guys buying computers this year? But yeah, but I think we just need to start doing that. Like, we really need to start, you know, stepping outside of the box and thinking about ways to do this. You know, that's all I wanted to say. Councilman Burris?
Thank you, Councilman Hostel. I just have a thing, just want to say that, again, I work at City Hall, and I thank you. You and your staff are always there to help us when we have issues with the computers. Without you, we'd be lost, and the taxpayers would be very upset. So, thank you very much. But out of your opinion, do you, because I'm not as good as you as computers, but how strongly do you feel that the city should upgrade their computers? Like, how important is that, not only for the people that work with the computers, but for the people, the taxpayers, to know that their information and all everything that's on it is that safe and secure?
Yeah, I strongly encourage the city to upgrade their computers. Again, I mentioned security. Security is the biggest factor that plays a major role in any organization. And if, again, we're on Microsoft product, if Microsoft is telling you that you need to get off of their product because they no longer support it, you have to get off. Because this means they're no longer pushing out any security updates. Once they stop sending security updates, that's it. You're just out there. And anyone can backdoor into your system and get in, install a piece of malware, and it infects the whole system. So, yes.
Anyone else? Well, I just want to thank you again. I appreciate you and all of the updates and changes that you've made. I'm excited to see, you know, what your budget says, and similar to, you know, what Councilman Quagliani said, is that I think we have to start looking at that. So like those, what are the flickers? No, what did you call them?
What was that?
What are those little pieces you have to buy next? Network switches. Well, flicker, that was close.
What was it?
I thought they
switches.
were flickers, but they're switches.
Yeah, switches. So you have.
Okay, Councilwoman.
You have switches and firewalls, yes.
Firewalls, okay. Well, thank you so much. I really do appreciate you coming this evening.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, right? Okay, so communication A, we'll just, from Commissioner Beth Sabo regarding a bid waiver request for issuance of new beach stickers and the need to make sure they again included, to ensure they are again included with tax bills. I'd like to bring this out favorably. Thank you, Councilwoman O'Connor. Have a second. Thank you, Councilwoman Hamilton. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? Any, you're not voting. This is just for the Finance Committee. Thank you. I'm sorry?
Just in case.
Oh, yes, the next round. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. The police pension study update, no update, correct? Or do you-
No,
okay.
there's no new information, but we are still working on it. And the ARPA update, I've had a couple of meetings, I attended the joint meeting, and I'm doing my best to have that on, God willing, the next city council agenda. So that would be the March 14th meeting.
Is there, I mean, I don't know, but maybe what Jermaine was saying as far as the update of the equipment, would that fall under, like,
Well-
because it's security and they would talk, I mean, maybe to look into it, just to see.
Well, the thing is too, that again, I'm going to have to educate myself because there will be different programs, is the infrastructure bill. I would think that that may have a lot more. Now, again, they talk about grants, but I don't know yet. They haven't released a lot of information, so I don't know if they're competing grants, if there's a grant that first come, first serve, or whatever. But I know that the infrastructure bill is also going to offer us ways to, and our infrastructure is failing. There's no question about it. We've been doing our best to put money into it. And I know I've spoken with Jermaine, and we've also put into, or we will be putting into the 5-year capital plan, the funds to be able to bring this room, city council chambers, and also the police department up to, like, with Wi-Fi, with everything, the capability, so that we can, live stream meetings, that it's easier and not what we have to do now.
Okay.
So right now, I mean, we're doing this because I believe in transparency and I believe in, filming everything, so people who can't come still can participate and listen to what is going on. But it would be great to have, because I believe FOI is going to leave like a hybrid meeting in place, so if somebody wants to call in from home, if they don't feel well, or they, have, childcare issues, or whatever, they can call in as opposed to, having to be here. So I think that, is, I'm hoping that the infrastructure information comes a lot quicker than the ARPA did, because that was over a series of months.
Right. No, thank you so much. So I want to make a motion to put back on the agenda, on the number 4, under updates. If I could have a motion to, it takes 9, yes, to have Lee give us an update as to the compensatory time. He was going to update, huh? I can't do it then, right? Oh. I can't, well, go ahead, Stacy, did you want to say
Yeah, no,
something?
we're in committee, so I think we have to wait for the whole council.
Okay. And I'm holding communications C and J. Your committee on finance is closed at 9:10.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky. The Streets and Squares Committee, Councilman Gary Donovan, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Time is now 9:09. The Committee on Streets and Squares is now in session. As member present, our council, from the council is Councilman Johnstone, Councilwoman Akbarali, is that correct?
That's correct.
Councilman Boris and Councilman Galignano, and myself acting as chair. We have before us Communication A from January 24th, 2022, regarding discussion concerning the parking on Salini Place. Commissioner in Chief, if you wouldn't mind coming up.
No.
First of all, I want to thank you both for coming tonight. I definitely appreciate this. Some questions, or not concerns, but some questions we've had, at least I had. you had a police commissioners meeting, and during that meeting, the Acorn developers came and gave you what they wanted to do with that street. According to them, it's regarding, it's in their 15-year lease of all the retail space as well. The main concern I have is the 12 parking spots in the front on Cellini Place. Can you go into a little detail as to what they want to do and how it came about that we're giving them the 12 spots for medical use only?
That's a total of streets.
Yeah, no, so we,
We actually discussed the parking spaces in front. We discussed whether or not they would need those for handicap, et cetera.
Designated medical zone.
yeah, I'm just going off the
When we
minutes.
spoke with the developer, the tenant was concerned about the speeding, et cetera, on that street. So we addressed that by the commission dropping the speed limit for that section, which is just a half a block long of Cellini Place, down to 15 miles an hour. And the use, if necessary, for rumble strips, not speed bumps, rumble strips. Just to allow people to know that they are entering that, and they would, the speed limit would drop down like you're entering a toll on the highways.
And again, I'm all for slowing down the traffic over there and everything else. My concern was in this, reading the minutes from the police commissioners meeting, is that we want to turn the 12 parking spaces on Cellini Place into a designated medical zone only for the retail space. And it further goes on that there's no need, the parking spaces should not be used for, it should be all dedicated with signs, specific signs, which obviously, I mean, you can't just put any sign, it has to be.
That's an application for a handicap sign.
Correct. And also, it says it was clarified that the 12 parking spaces will remain for medical patients only, which would be designated by signage. Again, my concern is that we have a green there, and the residents at this point, if this went through, is they got no place to park to go to the green. Those, now, I would split it down the middle. I would say the 6 spots on the north side or the right side of the street, you could designate those for the medical, because obviously you want the patients to get in there. But the left side, I don't feel should be designated for that. It should be open for the public to show up and go to the green, to sit at the green, to go to concerts on the green or whatever, because they won't be able to park behind the building. They have to park across the street and walk across this Orange Avenue. Just, obviously, you agree that that's obviously very dangerous, and I don't know if there's a way, I know you guys
You can revisit
discussed that part.
You can revisit that if you want to.
I mean, it's, just for clarifications, Councilman.
Yeah.
If hypothetically we did 6 and 6, what's preventing, say, UNH kids parking there?
0.
So how many residents do you think actually come across on a daily basis during the day while they, and I'm saying just for my own, while the medical facility is opened, that they would need spots that would be taken? I mean, these are some of the things that we're concerned to.
And I don't know. It could be 1, it could be 10. I don't know how many people go there, right, on a daily basis. I just don't want to give up city parking is what we're giving up, basically, I feel, is that we're giving up city parking spots for our residents, and our residents would have no place to park, because those are going to be medical zone and medical use only. That is my concern. That's concerns of many residents that came in. I know we both had the discussion, I had a discussion with both of you, and not here to hammer you or beat you up, just giving you my point of view on this. You know.
I mean, I can't speak for the commission. I'm just the chair, but
I got you.
without the commission in, I mean, I could revisit, we'll look at all details, but
Now, do
I
you
can take
know
your
if this is going
concerns.
to make a big difference with Acorn?
That, again, I'd have
You
to
have no
revisit
idea,
that.
right, with that?
I can't answer for them.
No, you can't, I just didn't know if they, I know you have a representative from Acorn, I don't know if you'd like to speak on it, but that's up to you, Gary. But what I want to do at this point is open it up to the committee first, Streets of the Square. Anybody on the committee have any questions or concerns? Yes.
I was asking if, obviously, medical is going to be designed during the day when the facility is open. And my counter was how many events actually happen on the green that the resident would need parking for. I'm just trying to gather my own information.
Would it be fair to say, well, if they put a time in, we're saying, during the 8 AM time, no parking for residents, and after a certain time, it's okay, because usually they do an event during the night or something in the green, where maybe they're allowed to park there afterwards, or?
Again, Councilman, this is something that can be revisited. I'm taking
I'm
notes
just
as we're going.
thinking thoughts. All right, thank you.
Yeah, and my thing is, no, they don't have concerts during the green, during the day.
Right.
It's just anybody who wants to go to the green, sit, feed the birds, whatever it is, just chill, read a book or whatever. There would be no place for them to park. And I'm looking at an 85-year-old man, maybe with COPD, with bad knees or something. Where is he going to park, or she, going to park and walk over there? I mean, it's a long way. That's all. I'm just giving you suggestions on that. I'm not looking for you to make a decision here. Anybody else?
Everything's
on the-
duly noted, sir.
Thanks. Anybody else on the committee? Yeah.
Thanks for being here, gentlemen, at such a late hour. Give credit where credit's due. Somebody just whispered in my ear a great idea, so I got to give credit to Mr. Councilman Bruno here. Possibility, just thinking out loud here, loading zone only during certain hours of the day for the healthcare. Is that something we can explore? Because I know other towns, during certain hours, school zones, drop-off only, I'm just brainstorming out loud. Because just sitting here, we all realize we can't make everybody happy, so you gotta find the happy medium. But I do agree with Chairman Donovan that the villagers are gonna get restless if we say, you can't park there, and you can't park there, and now it's a free-for-all madhouse on Black Friday to get one of 6 parking spaces. Just thinking out loud.
You never know.
You never know.
Gabe's and Passione's has been out of there for a while, right? So it's only 2 of us that know what I'm talking about, so. No, 3.
Two. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Duly noted, Chief. But that's all I have. Thanks, Chairman.
Anybody else on the committee? Good. All right. I'll open it up to the council. Go ahead.
Good evening, gentlemen, thanks for coming. You're gonna hear it from me first, because I already got residents calling me about that. They're driving me nuts about,
Because they seen an article in the paper saying that the mayor gave up the spots
on Slaney Place.
Now, the green was done over, which was great, and I don't think it was done over for the investor there. It was done over for the Allentown people. I don't mind them putting signs up there and saying, from 8 in the morning to 4 o'clock, there's no parking because of the medical unit. Right now, UNH students got signs up there saying if they park there, they get a ticket. And there's a member on this council that gets a phone call from me all the time when the students are parked there and they get a ticket. So personally, me as that 6th district councilman, I don't think it's fair that we're telling our residents that they can't go at the park. Now, the green is also set up with tables, benches that they just put in, there's a tree down there, there's monuments down there and everything. I don't think it's fair that we're gonna shut it off. I understand this is a big company coming in. I agree. I also found out that this company that's coming in wants a certain amount of parking spaces. So, I mean, to count city parking for them to come in, I don't think it's fair. And put the cards on the table here. So as far as I'm concerned, I'll go with what Councilman Donovan says, go one side, they can have it, but the other side towards the green, leave it for the people, not the whole street.
Yeah,
That's all.
Councilman Moss?
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Thank you for coming. So I have a problem with all of it. I have a problem, and I'm just saying that we're talking, part of it is that it's a medical district. I don't know anywhere else in the city that we've done anything like this. So we have Veterans Hospital. They don't have parking to say this is for medical. There's nothing over there. So, like, has P&Z approved this? Like, is there like a new, could they take the conversation out in the hallway?
That was designated to allow for the 15 miles per hour and in that stretch. As
So,
far as
and
the
I
VA,
appreciate-
their parking is, other than who parks on West Spring Street and the side streets off of there, most of their parking is held within their compound.
So, Chief, how come we're not doing that at Spring Street for the Veterans Hospital? I mean, you can't come up, I don't know what that street is, and take a left onto Spring Street because they're speeding. And I just say this because if we're thinking that we're going to do it for this Cellini place, well, my God, then do it for the veterans at the VA hospital. I think that we have to look at things holistically, because if you look at it from the resident standpoint, it appears that, you know, the squeaky wheel gets the oil, whatever the heck that is. John Carano's probably going to shake his head again because wolves and stuff. But I just have a problem with this, in that across the street, we have a monument to, I believe, a British soldier, and they got 2 parking spots. The monuments at Allentown Green are for our residents and we're gonna take away their parking. And I don't really think that the developer wants that on the front page, to have like our town think that you're literally gonna make, you know, we have a fire chief's clock on that green, and the fight that family took up to get it repaired and put back, that they're gonna have to cross Forest Road or walk up from Admiral Street. I ask you, and I know you said that you're going to do it. I think the best thing is to reopen this, because I am not in support of it at all. And I would come to that meeting and strongly be against it. I do think that we can have, you know, the handicap parking, a loading zone, but to take every one of those parking spots and give it to a business or whoever's getting it is just not the message we want to send, because I look at the Veterans Hospital and we haven't done that there. And I am also going to talk about the rumble strips, because on Washington Avenue alone, we've had cars flip. We had, you know, a house get the car literally an inch from their front door where their grandchildren play from people speeding. And now we're laying down rumble strips. I have emails from years of residents complaining about speeding. And I know it's not the bump, but even the rumble strip, you can't cross Captain Thomas Boulevard. We've had people die on Captain Thomas Boulevard from speeding and racing. And now, what is the message from Chestnut Street? The constituents, when I was first elected, every time I walked, they're like, Councilwoman, when are you gonna do something about the speeding? I just don't know that section of town where no residents live and no children play is where we want to start laying rumble strips, unless, of course, they're paying for it. Because who is paying for that rumble strip?
We actually didn't get that far in the discussion before this.
No, and I appreciate that, Chief. I don't know how you get that approval, but I'm just not sure that the commissioners want to tell the parents who have had cars take out their front porches, a little is it a half a block where we're going to invest city money? Because that is not where I want to invest city money. I want to invest rumble strips around McCrill School, around Pagel School, around Savin Rock School, Forest School. I want to do it on Kelsey Avenue where those kids, where the soccer ball, where the ball can fly out onto Kelsey Avenue and we can't slow them down. Like that's
all well and good, but they're very, very noisy, so as soon as you put those down.
It is the perception of that we're doing it in an area of town when I have,
The resident you put the rumble strips in front of their house will be the first one to fill it in, because if you've ever hit them on the highway, they're very, very loud. At 3 o'clock in the morning, that's what you're going to be hearing.
and those residents don't live on Cellini Place, so who are we protecting? If we have money, I'm not taking rumble strips, I'm saying if we are deciding to do battle against speeding, then we need to do it where I've gone to 2 funerals of people who died on Captain Thomas Boulevard because of speeding. I brought my daughter and my sons to funerals where people have died on Captain Thomas Boulevard. And yes, am I saying lay them across Captain Thomas Boulevard? Do it where people would cross. You can't cross Captain Thomas Boulevard. It is like a game of, I don't even know what those games are because I don't play them. That's what I'm saying, and I just think it is a message that we're sending that if we are going to start fighting it, and I appreciate everything you did. I appreciate you trying to work for a better, I'm just saying on my end, I get constant, we've had people die from speeding on Captain Thomas Boulevard. You can't cross from Savin Rock Roasting Center. I know they have a new name. You can't get across it. And maybe the rumble strip might slow it down so somebody could dart across to the middle median. I just ask that you revisit, and again, if the developer is gonna pay for those rumble strips, no harm, no foul. But if that's gonna come before this city council to vote on it, I am going to do whatever, campaign for us to vote it down. That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilwoman McGee?
I just have a reflection question, I don't know, but the rumble strips, understanding that all of our districts are in need of them, I understand, especially
Or speed bump.
like speed bumps, like I know Malloy Road, there have been like terrible accidents coming down that hill. It's like a blind spot, you don't see it, but regardless, like these rumble strips are going to go somewhere first. You know what I'm saying? Like they're going to go somewhere first. So would we rather they not go where they're going and somewhere else? Because I feel like someone's going to be dissatisfied because they're going to go somewhere first. So should we see this as a trial to prepare for where they will go next? And maybe even financially prepare for where they're gonna go next? Or should we just completely work towards shutting it down, or I don't know, bringing up the conversation of them going in someone else's district, they're going to go somewhere. Do you understand what I'm saying? So yeah. And just working toward a resolve, how can we productively resolve this in a way where we see this, I think, as a learning lesson for maybe the next step of where the rumble strips are gonna go? That's it. I hope that made sense. Thank you.
Well said.
Councilwoman Hamilton?
So I guess I'm not clear as what was passed. I'm still not clear, because I'm hearing
Want me to read
different
the
things.
resolution?
Yeah.
It was the memorandum.
During, the length of Selene Place will be designated medical zone. A speed limit set at 15 miles per hour for this zone. Signage to be installed indicated such as well as pedestrian crossing, parking limits, and use, and other signage deemed appropriate. Rumble strips at the shoulder end state be installed. Other signage regulation change may be presented to the board in the future if need is necessary.
So there were some things that came up that I just want to say, because if you're going to revisit this again, because I don't think it was well thought out. I don't think that, I think the way it was presented kind of left out the residents' enjoyment of a park that belongs to the residents, and the street belongs to the resident. Somebody said 8 to 4, that's unacceptable. That's an unacceptable time, because who's going to come out after 4 o'clock to enjoy the park? So I hope that, please. No, I know, I'm just saying, I don't think that's a good idea, in my opinion. To have parking across where the old Forest Theater is not an option. I think that's a good option for patients. I think it's a good option for employees. Let the employees park over there and then cross over to free up some spaces. I just think that you have to be, when a developer comes into a town, a struggling town, I'll say, they made it very beautiful, I don't have a problem with it, but you don't own the town. You have to be mindful that you are the visitor in the town, and you have to make sure that you keep the residents in mind when you're doing all this, when you're making all these changes. It's not just for the betterment of the developer. The residents have to be able to enjoy their park who have loved ones in there. And they're not going to walk. And they shouldn't have to walk. They pay taxes. They shouldn't have to walk from Admiral Street to go to the park. They shouldn't have to walk across a nationally known dangerous route, street to come across to a park. And when will they come? Do they ever come? That's neither here or there, because they pay those taxes all the time. So I hope that we consider the whole big picture of the resident, in that park is for them to enjoy. If anybody else wants to come, that's a plus. That's fine. But I don't want to see any time limits on the left-hand side, or what did they say when I learned today? The north side is where the property, where the health center would be. I think that'd be wonderful if it's a drop-off side. The left side should be, there should even be, in my opinion, designated spots that this is for parking only. This is for the park only, even if it's 2 spots, I don't know. But to just cut off the residents and say, no, there's nowhere for you to park, I will be on the front page saying, no. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep, Councilman Guagliano.
Mr. Chairman, Chief, how are you? Listen, I just, recap what you just read. So what you read to me indicates that you didn't approve any parking spaces be assigned to anybody specifically. That's how I interpreted that. Now, maybe I misinterpreted it, so could you read it again?
That was what was presented on the 18th of January this year, was what he read.
Right, but I heard rumble strips, I heard you're going to designate the area 15 miles an hour because it's a medical zone, but nowhere in that did I hear that you were designating 12 parking spaces for medical use only. Did I miss that?
No, you didn't miss that.
So you're not
This is
designating...
signage to be installed indicating such as pedestrian crossing, parking limits, and use, and other signage deemed appropriate.
Use meaning handicap, et cetera.
All of them.
I didn't get that. I'm sorry, say that again? I'm just trying to be clear, because I don't see where it says it, so forget that. Is the intention that you're designating the 12 parking spaces for medical use, or is the intention that you're not designating any of those parking spaces for medical use? And they're just going to be as is, maybe you're going to have a drop-off or a handicap or whatever it may be?
Originally it was dedicated as medical, but
The zone is,
the zone.
The parking
Medical's-
spaces.
Medical zone.
the zone is, not, has nothing, the entire zone is. That allowed for, the board, by having that, drop the speed limit to 15 miles an hour. One of the concerns was the speed going up there, and if there was someone ambulatory getting from one side to the other, or just opening up a door into traffic.
So, again, just to be clear, so
You are correct.
if I take Sarah and Melly and Bridget and me and Colleen and Gary, and we're all taking separate cars, and we're going to meet up in the Allentown Green for lunch because it's a beautiful day, can we all park on Cellini Place on a Tuesday afternoon at noon?
According to
Based on
this,
that
yes.
resolution.
We have no idea where the 12 spots came from.
So I'm trying to,
Yes, you are
I'm hopefully trying to make your
150%
point that there's no parking spaces that have been identified as being reserved for this use, that it's just the area, that because of the area, there's medical people, that you're going to have, potentially have a handicap spot somewhere, you're going to have rumble strips, but all those parking spaces are staying the way they are. Is that true or not true?
Unless they put an application for a handicap spot, correct?
Right. That's the only, right, so if you want 2 handicap parking spaces, and you guys approve that, right? So you would approve that, and then the other 10 are for whoever wants to park there.
I guess, yeah.
Okay.
It could be anybody. It could be people from there, or it
Yeah.
could be people from the green.
Mr. Clerk Counsel, could I have you come up to the podium, please? I just want to ask your opinion. So, and I'm happy with what the chairman and the chief said, because I agree with that. If you have to put a handicap space or a quick drop-off to get somebody that's not ambulatory into the healthcare facility, on the north side, I think that's reasonable. My question to you is, if we were to convert city property that is not being able to be used by the city any longer, so whether we're selling it or leasing it or just converting it with no fee, that would have to come in front of this council and to the Public Lands Committee. Is that correct to vote on?
This isn't city property. No street is city property.
No street is
Streets-
city property?
No, they aren't. They're rights of way. So a street, even though we take care of it, is owned by, half by this side actually, and half by this side. If you abandon a street, you can get no revenue for abandoning that street. One half goes to one. Now, they could refuse that, and then maybe you can get some money for it, but if no one refuses it. So the street is a right-of-way, you don't own it, so that the parking issues and streets and safety concerning the use and traffic of streets is and has been the purview of this group.
Agreed.
So all they've done is they've created a medical zone, and there are things you can do in a medical zone that you can't do in other zones. I mean, that's really all they've done thus far.
And based on your interpretation, that's what we're doing. We're establishing a medical zone, putting up a rumble strip, but at this point, there's no request or approval to change any of the parking spaces that are currently there.
No, but if the medical, I don't think it was created as a medical zone. It was created as a medical zone anticipating a use, and we'll have to see how that use plays out. But obviously.
No, I'm good with that.
Yeah,
So
and there's safety
at this point in
concerns.
time, and listen, I'm not trying to be argumentative, I actually agree. So you establish that use because you feel that there could be a potential safety concern with people that are going to the facility, crossing the street, right? So you've established that the chief and the commission lower the speed limit. They're going to put some potential speed mitigation devices in there, and then that's all that resolution spoke to, and then if there's an additional request for whatever else to be considered in the medical zone, that comes afterwards.
Right.
Okay.
No, I mean, so for instance, I'll give you a very good example. There are complaints sometimes that city employees park outside of this building, over here, instead of using that parking lot. Frustrating, annoying. They park all day. They're not supposed to. Okay. You could never get this area designated as a medical zone, right? So you have to at least have the medical use. So there are elements that will make this, once the new tenant is in place, a medical zone, and then you develop what you need after that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I appreciate the explanation, and I'm satisfied with that explanation as of now. So I have nothing else. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Is anybody else at this time? I want, because I have, do you?
So based on what Lee says, so then, can there be an application saying that this is a medical zone? And there needs to be designated parking, who would that go before? Would it go before the police again?
Yes.
Okay. So it would have to be an application. I just want to be clear with that, about that.
For the handicap spots, yes.
Right, but no other
This
kind of
was-
parking?
No, this was designated for that purpose.
For handicap?
No, for the tenant and what that was going to do for that specific street. It's a medical facility, that therefore, in order to drop the speed limit down and post it as such, it had to be designated by the Board of Police Commissioners.
And any other changes about parking would come before you again, though,
Yes.
right?
Through a request, application
Great.
request.
Thank you.
That's it. Does anybody else have any questions at this time?
I have a comment. I
Sure.
don't have a question, I have a comment, and I'm probably not supposed to do this, but Chief and Department, I wanted to thank you for apprehending the shooter from Third Avenue. You guys have made West Haven a much safer place, and I know I'm a few weeks late, but I wanted to
The extradition
publicly
to
thank
Florida.
you.
When we went to Florida, they went to Florida.
Yeah, they went to Florida together.
Used the credit card to get a lot of that stuff.
But thank you, guys.
Too early?
That was my
Too early.
comment.
No, actually, the marshals paid me.
Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Again, I brought this up here because I read the minutes from the board. And what it says in your minutes isn't what was being said today. So that's why, big concern, and I talked to you about this earlier. And he also got it involved in, I guess it's part of the, it says regarding the 15-year lease of all the retail space by Hartford Healthcare, that one lease requirement on the part of Acorn Development Group in coordination with the mayor and Chief Perno is turning the 12 spaces on Cellini Place into a designated medical zone only for the retail space. And that's where I had my questions and my concerns, is that now, we're basically turning it over just for, and I want Hartford Healthcare there. I think it's great. Make it a medical zone is fine. I'm just saying that one side, no signage, no nothing, just leave it open for the residents. I think that would suffice some people, not everybody, obviously, because you can't make everybody happy, right? So that was just my opinion towards that, so. While we have, Mr. Latner, would you like to address the council at all? Maybe give a little bit more in-depth stuff, or?
I'll just state some facts.
That's all I like. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Gary Latender, 1 Audubon Street, the developer of Park Commons and Hartford Health, and the Otwood. This process started about 5 months ago. We've had 4 public hearings. It was a 4-step process for us. We don't take things lightly. We do things the right way in this town, always have, because we don't invest our dollars not knowing that we have the approvals that we need. When we met with Hartford Healthcare back in May, one of their requirements was they needed X amount of parking spaces for 4 different entities. One is PAC, one is the Orthopedic Center, and one was Go Health, which is a walk-in clinic, and then subsequently they added their administrative staff to this. Our goal in working with the mayor, the police commissioner, was all along was to keep them in West Haven. They came to us and basically told us that they wanted to work out a deal with us, but if not, they were going to Orange, or they were going to Milford, and they were leaving West Haven. So we worked with the mayor in conjunction with the police commissioner, Lee Tierney, and we started a process that tried to get the amount of parking that we needed. 14 spaces were approved through a site plan review on November 4th for 1 Forest Road. That's the old library. We're changing 14 parking spaces in front of that library in order to accommodate the orthopedics piece that's going on the top end, which is 3,500 square feet of retail. Second, once we got that approval, we went to planning and zoning on November 9th, and we got them to approve 70 spaces of overflow parking up on Forest Cove as it relates to any use for the library. because of the 14 spaces that we were taking from them as part of the site plan for Hartford Healthcare, and any overflow we needed for whatever purpose that we needed down the road. We're not looking to spend money on temporary parking spaces, but felt it was important for the Allentown community and us to have that overflow parking spaces. Following that, we went to the Police Commission, made a presentation on January 18th. We met with the mayor and the chief on October 26th, so it took us 3 months to get there. Once we got that approval, we went to get a use variance for Go Health, because Go Health is a walk-in clinic. We had to get that approval in order to make sure that that use was approved, and everything, all of these steps was contingent upon Hartford Health signing a lease. Once these approvals were given, and the presentation to the Police Commission was for the use of 12 parking spaces for a medical use. I hear what you're saying now, but that wasn't the intent. These were all public hearings. Nobody came, voiced an opinion. Nobody came. We followed the procedures. Everything was on the record. Everything was noticed. Anybody could have came and speak against it. This isn't a developer trying to bully themselves into this town. We've worked with this town many times, been through many committees, and these are the 4 steps we took. Once we got these 4 steps approved, we went to Hartford Healthcare, said it was approved. They signed a 15-year lease, and they're going to bring economic development. We kept economic development here in West Haven and not into Milford or to Orange, and you're going to have a wonderful healthcare facility for the next 15 years based in Allentown. That's our pitch. That was our pitch. That was in front of 4 meetings. Anybody could have attended, so.
No, listen, and I appreciate you doing that and coming up and speaking tonight, which is good. And my concern would be those 6, at least in minimum, only the 6 spots. And I honestly don't think Hartford Healthcare is going to leave over 6 parking spots.
No,
I don't see that, but.
They're having 50 employees, so we have 52 parking spaces behind.
Behind the building.
Behind.
Correct.
Okay? Their employees are not parking behind there. That is for that's going to be for patients, that's going to be for walk-in clinic, that's going to be for everything.
Right.
Their employees are going to be parking over at the Atwood and overflow space that we have there, or up at the Forest Cove site. These 12 spaces were designated because of the walk-in clinic and the concern that they have of proximity to the front of that building. Those 12 spaces was there. Otherwise, why would I have gone in front of the police commissioner to designate it the way we wanted it designated? And originally, for the committee's sake, and for everybody that's known us for a while, that road was supposed to be closed.
Well, we know.
As part of our development, that road, we got approval to close that road. We chose, when we were doing the development, after working with the DOT and the city, to leave it open. We made this jog to try to slow down the traffic and everything, but had we done what we got approval for, that road would have been closed anyway. So I'm trying to,
listen,
I'm having a hard time understanding the concern now when that road was going to be closed to begin with. So there would have been no access to the park at that time.
I get that, and I thank you for doing that for us, but you probably would have got resistance if that did come down the road throughout with the council or with the residents. But the big concern now is doing this, and again, I want Hartford Healthcare there. I want you to have.
Well, we represented the Hartford Healthcare that we had it, because that's what we were told through the approval process we had. They signed the lease with that understanding. So if I'm being told now I don't have those spaces.
Well, what I'm saying is, if you go back to Hartford Healthcare and explain, the residents would like, can we just leave the 6 spots unassigned? I don't see them having an issue with that.
I think it will be an issue. I absolutely know it's going to be an issue. If we
and
can
I
work with a time frame at night or at a different time, but during the day, they're going to need those parking spaces for those patients.
No, I don't see how, because.
And it's not I wasn't here at the last city council meeting, but I certainly heard the tape, and I heard somebody saying this was going to be a 15-minute drop-off, and all of that. This isn't a 15-minute drop-off. This is patients coming, they're going to park there if they need to park there. It's not a 15-minute drop, it's not a loading zone.
No, me personally was hearing a bunch of stuff. That, yeah, no, it was only going to be a 15-minute drop-off.
I don't know where that came from, because I never represented
Well, this is
that.
West Haven, right? So
Right.
wherever it is.
I understand.
Those come in, so I do appreciate you coming here. I just don't see how, it's just not fair to the residents, that they're
But why
not-
is it fair to a developer who put in the time, went through the process that is designated in the city, went to 4 different meetings, got all the approvals he needed to represent to a potential tenant that he had his approvals, and now somebody's challenging those approvals almost a month and a half after the fact.
Yeah, we're getting it from the residents as well. The residents found out.
But the
and
residents,
are
it was
the
a
ones
public
that
hearing, it
call
was
us.
noticed.
Well, obviously, they didn't go to it.
Right.
So they come to us, and our job is to come to the appropriate people to talk about what can we do to make everyone happy here. And again, me personally, I don't see 6 spots breaking this deal with Hartford. I mean, if you drew up the lease, you could probably redraw it up and just say, listen, these 6 spots, don't designate them, that's all I'm
It took
saying.
us 8 months to get to the point we were, and this was the final condition that was there.
Was those 6 spots, 12 spots?
12 spots. That's
Well,
what, that's
I'm
what
gonna take
sealed
your
the
word,
deal.
I don't see how a company like that is going to leave the city over 6 parking spots. But, all right, yeah, I'll open it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I beg you differ with you, but when you were building that building, yes, you did apply.
Try to close the street down, Sweeney Place.
Right.
You got opposition from us, because we want an access in front of that building.
For the fire department.
And that's why we stopped.
And we talked about that, and we were going
Now,
to
my big
widen the
que-
patio.
My big question to you is this: why would we do the green over to make it look good for the residents of that district, and they can't use it? Why put benches there? Why put a Christmas tree there and all that stuff? If they can't use it,
Listen,
What's the
I'm
sense?
I'm not here to argue, I'm just telling you the facts that of what we presented.
I know, Gary, but you
to
know,
the
you gotta
fire-
give a little, take a little, give a little.
I
take a little.
understand, but we went through the right process in this city, and we followed, and we have followed through the years. That's how we built the 2 buildings. This isn't about a big developer who wants to take over the town, as you said. It's not. I mean, we're paying a lot of money in taxes to this city.
Our residents are paying a lot more.
I understand, but our development is keeping your taxes down.
And I'm sorry, I'm probably out of.
You're out of order right now,
Please
but
call
are you
me
all set?
next.
No,
Listen, I understand you're giving us taxes and economic development in that area. I agree with you 100%. But you can't take everything in that district. You gotta give a little and take a little. Listen, I don't wanna get into it with you, but there's other things that we asked you about and you turned your back on.
What's that?
When we came and asked you about parking there when we have a meeting for the fire department, you says, no, nobody's parking back there. Give an outright no.
Right.
I mean, you didn't even bend a little for that. I don't want to get in a big argument over this,
Yeah.
but listen, 12 spaces there that I have taxpayers, and they're older, were calling me up about this because they read it in the paper. That's all I could tell you.
And all I can say is, I mean, it's been open for a year. Residents haven't been parking there. University of New Haven students have been parking there. We work with the university to make sure that the students don't park there because they have designated spots behind the outlet to park. That was a planning and zoning approval when we got it approved, because we knew we needed the parking for the retail. It's all in the approvals, so, I mean, this isn't a secret.
I'm sorry, I don't mean, go ahead.
I'm finishing.
And again, I'm not looking to cause any kinds of disturbance or anything. I just don't, I don't think that everybody thought it out ahead of time. And again, to me, I do appreciate what you've done over there, your company. as the developers. I do want to keep Hartford Healthcare here. They are a very good company. They will be very strong, and it make them bigger. The residents of this city should not have to, where would they park to go to the green? What possible place could they park? Where can an 85-year-old gentleman with COPD with bad knees park to go to the green? There's no space for him to go, and you'd have to walk 2 blocks.
But Hartford Health would take
But-
his business if he wanted to go in there and get checked out. Then he could park there.
Right. Now, again,
Am I out
the
of
spots are there, right? We have the spots. All I'm asking is we don't designate them so that if a resident does want to go there, and like you said, what do we get? Maybe 1 resident during the day, And then at night, it would be, we have concerts on the green and stuff like that. And that's.
All I can say is,
That's all I'm saying.
we went through this with planning and zoning. As you understand, there's not enough parking for those 2 buildings as it exists now. We had to get parking variances for that. We had to go in front of Zoning Board of Appeal. They approved the thing. We talked with the city. They wanted to make that a walkable community. I mean, we've been through all of this. So if you take 150,000 square feet and divide it by the parking ratios and look at the parking we don't have enough parking to accommodate the students that are in those buildings or the retail that is designated for that spot. So we had to go through all the variances to get there.
No, and I get that. And again, I believe the area where Forest Theater used to be, that over there is most likely going to be parking for Hartford Healthcare as well. You're going to need those spots, right?
No, we're not going to need it for them. No, we have parking behind the Atwood. Their employees are going to park behind their Atwood and come off the crosswalk and walk into the Parkview. Behind the Parkview is going to be for patients, and in front is going to be for walk-in clinic and patients. The walk-in clinic that got approved runs 7 days a week.
Right, 24/7, right?
24/7.
But there's parking in the back for them as well, correct?
At night, yes, there's parking at night and behind the building. Absolutely, because the PAC doctors are not going to work past a certain hour.
Totally agree, and I don't blame them, right?
Right.
And again, my thing is that the opportunity isn't there for the residents at all. I mean, I'll park there, I'll go walk into Hartford Healthcare, just, how you doing, and then I can go to the green. I mean, who's going to really do that, right? So, well, I'm saying, I don't see why we just can't leave it and not designate it. I don't see how Hartford Healthcare would have that problem.
Because I needed 5 per 1,000 for the medical use. At 16,000 square feet, I needed 80 parking spaces. I got 52 behind the building.
Yep.
I got 12 in front, that's 64, and I got 15 up top. I got 79. I don't have the 80 that's required under the lease. I have 79. That's why. It requires 5
So
per
across the
1,000.
street wouldn't include, that would not include in that?
Excuse me?
Across the street where the Forest Theater is?
No, the Forest
None of
Theater
that?
site would, when we got the approvals, we went to them as an overflow site. Why? Because the University of New Haven has had parking concerns, they don't have enough parking for their students. We give 66, we have 110 apartments.
Right.
Students occupy 110 apartments.
Yeah.
There's not only one student in those apartments.
No, I
We
get it.
only give 110 spaces.
Correct.
We give 1 per apartment.
Right. No, I get
So,
that, I understand.
There's a
that.
shortage for
Sure
even the students, but we had to go get the variances, so
Which
it's a
makes
lot
it
of
even-
constituents that don't have.
I get
enough
that,
parking.
but it also makes it more like, there's not enough for them, let alone there's no parking for the residents that live in the town year-round, and that would frequent Hartford Healthcare or whatever.
But everybody closed their deals with eyes open, knew the requirements, and knew, I mean, if we ever develop the Forest Cove site,
Yep.
that site's the tightest site you ever can imagine.
Right.
We're gonna be asking for
I get that.
parking variances all over the place. Where are those people gonna park? On Orange Terrace? I mean,
Listen, I get that, and, that's.
and that's why we went through the process. That's why we went through the 4 steps.
No.
Because I would have rather somebody told me this before
Honestly, I wish I knew before, and maybe.
Because they
that's
spend a
why-
lot of money on architectural
yeah.
design right now, for me to go back to them.
Let me open it up, Councilwoman Hosky, you had something before, your hand up, or?
I guess I just don't understand why we're asking, I guess what we need to do is go back to planning and zoning and stop telling them to stop with the parking variances, because you have 110 apartments, you got 2 people in there and they have 2 cars each. Like, that is not our fault. And I refuse to make it seem like, you know, we're difficult to work with, or the city's difficult to work with. It is not our fault that you have 110 apartments and you have too many occupants and you don't have parking spots. Like, that's not on us.
I'm not blaming you. I'm not blaming anybody here.
Well,
We just followed the process.
and I understand that, but maybe but that's not on us either, and you're,
But David Colleen was in front of this committee talking about a walkable community. And a walkable community is less parking. So this is not new.
But you throw around all the time, and you know, I've been privy to your coming to the public comment and how, you know, the city tends to be the bad guy with you. You throw in to us, the largest taxpayer in this city, but you conveniently forget to mention, you also get the biggest abatement. You also get the largest abatement.
No, but you.
And
Okay.
are you never not correct? I mean, you do get a very, very large abatement, and it is coming to an end, but don't sit here and make it seem like the city.
We're 4 years into a 7-year on the yacht. We're 2 years into a 7-year on the parking. But if you
And you
compare-
are probably historically gotten the largest ever from a developer, you haven't collectively.
But you're missing the point.
No,
of
you're
what-
missing the point.
How am I missing the-
How dare you tell me that, when I'm making an appointment to you that
Thank
you
you.
collectively.
She's fine, she's fine.
I get it.
See,
Guys, thank you though for coming up and,
Don't thank you.
I do appreciate you doing that. I know
I don't.
it was just a request,
I
so
don't.
I do appreciate you coming up and speaking with us. Chief and Commissioner, thank you for that as well. With that being said, the Streets and Signs Committee, does anybody else have any discussion while we're at it? We just can't address anybody.
No, I'm just saying that there's 2 different stories before us, so somebody is not telling the right story, so I still don't understand. I'm right back where I started from. There's two
Well, we-
different stories out here.
We gave
So-
the police commissioners our opinions and thoughts, and, you know, maybe they'll
But they
go
said
back
that
and...
they didn't make any kind of, any stipulations or anything like that, but the developer is saying, yes, that they went through a 3-part process, and there are things put in place. So I'm no better off than I was but I thank you for your effort, Mr. Chairman.
But I'm sure it's not over with.
It's not.
Anybody else before I close out the committee? No?
Thanks.
All right, so Streets and Signs is now closed at 10:04.
I have Councilman Donovan. Any unfinished business? Okay, committee reports.
Oh, I guess. Was it now where I'd make the motion to?
No business.
Well, if you wanted to talk about your new business that you had under old business, that would, I think, be the appropriate part.
You can do it under unfinished business or new business, either way.
It's up to you.
It's up to you.
I'll wait, on the new business.
Well, I'm just, because you had stuff under new business the last time, I think it comes back up under old business, if you wanted to talk about it again. Because now it's not new anymore, it's old.
It's fine, I'll do it the next meeting. Thank you, Stacy.
Okay.
I appreciate you.
Finance Committee.
Oh, it's me? The time is now 10:05, the Finance Committee is back in session. I don't remember if I'm supposed to do that. Oh, I don't know. Are we not doing legislative matters?
Bid waiver.
Oh. So the bid waiver request, I, Beth Sabo, Commissioner of Human Resources, am requesting a, where's, I don't know, this is not that. Where's the, resolution? There's no resolution in here. I guess I can,
It should look like this, I think. That's what she gave me.
that's, oh, is that what it is? Okay, I'm sorry. I, Beth Sabo, Commissioner of Human Resources, am requesting a bid waiver. So I don't have to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven.
Change.
So I'm gonna just say that, because
Yeah.
to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Finance, to whom was referred the matter of a bid waiver request for beach stickers to be included in the tax bills, reports that the committee met on the 28th day of February 2022 to consider said matter. It is unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved. The City Council of the City of West Haven approves the bid waiver request for beach stickers to be included in the tax bills.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hosky read about the bid waiver for Beth Sable for the beach stickers, so I have a motion.
Motion. Second.
Mitch. Any discussion? Any abstentions? Approved? Motion passed.
And we're holding Communication C and Communication J, and your Committee on Finance is done.
Thank you, Councilwoman Hosky. Adoption of any ordinances of previous presented. Council liaison reports.
Yes, Chief.
Okay.
The West Haven Police Department would like to extend an invitation for an award ceremony tomorrow night at 7 o'clock at the Harriet North Room for officers involved in weapon incidents. They're inviting the City Council. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, Harriet North Room. That's all I have, Chief.
Councilman,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the Planning and Zoning Commission, last week they approved the zone change for the SRR district, I believe the area around Captain Thomas and Campbell and Altshuler, to allow for apartments over retail, which they did permit for 11 units over the retail establishment that's existing now between Captain Thomas, Campbell, and Altshuler. And that's all I have to report. Thank you.
thank you, Councilman Quagliani. Anybody else? New business.
So I'll make a motion to speak, have Corp Counsel come up and give us an update regarding the comp time resolution.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, you supposed to be doing that? Oh.
I'm not aware there's a resolution.
Are you updating the,
No, I gave you a legal opinion, because you asked for a third-party legal opinion. So I
but you
emailed
were
a
gonna
legal opinion.
update the, is it not a no, it's a, what is it?
It's information in case you guys want to revisit that issue, I thought.
Nope. You were going to before the last time, update the paperwork that says, that elected and not, elected officials do not get the comp time. Do I have to,
I remember. Want me to explain it? Because you were going to give a memorandum.
Yes,
Oh,
I emailed that
memorandum.
today. I emailed that today to you
oh,
and Pete.
I probably didn't do my authenticator.
Sorry.
Okay, so then it's all set.
Yeah, you have now it's a legal memorandum, so you have to choose, there are certain things that can remain if you had, litigation. So there are certain legal opinions that an opinion can be confidential, but on the flip side, if you're going to consider changes in, if you're going to have an actual resolution, you would probably want it potentially as support. So, and I'll leave it up to the chair and Chair Hosky whether or not you want to share it with the committee. It's up to you guys.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood, but I thought we were updating the document that talks about the city's not gonna buy back your vacation time. I thought that was gonna be updated on that document so that if a resident wanted to see that there is a document that states the city of West Haven's elected officials do not earn comp time. I
Okay,
thought
so-
this whole time we were waiting for that, so I apologize.
Okay, that was not an instruction that was given to me. If that is what the council wants, I can create a resolution to that effect.
I thought, again, that we were updating that document that says about vacation time, personal time they earn. It's a resolution, right?
The current resolution for elected and appointed officials' benefits.
Right,
Yes, you have a current resolution.
I
I have
know we
never
do.
gotten instruction from this council as to, A, that if you wanted it changed, you wanted information, you wanted me to hire an attorney, but I don't decide what you guys want in that resolution. You guys have to decide.
So
So if you want to change, I can write up a resolution so that you can approve it.
well, I don't want a resolution changed, I just wanted that document to be updated to show where, as it says that they are not allowed to buy back time. I just want it notated so that a resident can come in and see that we clearly state, it's a document, that they don't get it. So we have the legal opinion, but I had always thought I was clear. So I will own that to ensure that I am more than clear next time, that we were also going to have it on that document regarding the benefits that because we assume they don't have it, the residents assume that they do get it, but that there is written in black and white that they don't
Don't get
comp
what?
time.
So right
Comp
now, for
time.
instance, you're talking about appointed people, I'm assuming, right? Non-union appointed people.
Elected.
Non-elected. So, right now, for example, because they file the 1103 contract, they're allowed a vacation buyback. So if they earn vacation, they're allowed to buy that back. So, do you want me to write a resolution to take that away?
No, so I'm gonna take us back, so I apologize. This is in regards to elected officials.
Oh, elected.
Elected.
Okay, my fault. Yes. All right, so elected officials there's only 5 provisions that relate to elected officials.
Correct.
And so you want, I think it's clear that they don't get comp time, but you actually want it spelled out, so we want a new resolution on that.
Actually, it's not clear because people talk about it all the time.
That's fine, so you want it spelled out in elected officials?
Correct.
All right, my mistake.
No, that's fine.
You probably did say that, but I was mishearing you.
Oh, I'm
That's my
positive I
mistake.
did and you did miss.
All right, so yes, you will have that for your next meeting, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So, Lee, it may be easier if you do two separate resolutions. The resolution for the appointed officials and the benefits that they get, and then a resolution for the elected officials and the benefits that they get, instead of commingling the two. I think that's what's caused confusion in the past.
No, but I remember now the conversations we had at these meetings with Ms. Hussey concerning elected.
Right.
I don't necessarily have your instructions concerning changes you would want in the appointed.
No, none. There are none, but I'm just saying, to clean it up, have a resolution for the appointed officials, and then have another document for the elected officials, so they're not both in the same resolution.
Oh, I see what you're saying, yes.
All right.
Got it.
And I think what you're saying, and as Councilman Pagliani was saying, I know that the appointed officials follow the union, whatever the numbers are. However, there's this idea that, I think it should just spell out the benefits
Yes,
that
yes.
they get, and they get comp time.
No,
And
no,
people,
it's- No, it's my mistake. You
No,
did-
that's okay. Thank
We're
you.
going back a few meetings, but I will fix that.
Yes.
You're correct.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Any other thoughts? Did anyone want to, on that? Nope. Okay, thank you. I'm all set. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hansky. Okay, also under new business, March 28, 22, all the council people will be having our pictures taken. Also, we'll be back in council chambers on the first meeting in March. And we probably don't have to wear a mask. At this time, we're going to go to executive session.
I have new business.
New business.
I just want to thank the council for being a huge leveraging point for where I am in my political career, which is just so funny to say political career because I did not think I would be in politics. And I still kind of don't think it's my career, but I'm here and I'm here to serve. West Haven I deeply care for West Haven. I was born and raised in West Haven. My grandmother came to West Haven with my aunts and my mom because she wanted to provide them with a different environment from where they had come from, and driving by the streets and schools, and my mom tells me that I went to Styles when it was here, and I went there, and I went there, and I was involved in so many different things. It gives me pride to the city that I get to now serve, and I've learned so much from every single one of you. A little bit of clout I get in Hartford is like, yo, McGee's hanging in there because she's from West Haven. Like, she's got that West Haven grit. And so I'm just so grateful for, just to shout out to the older council members, to Bridget, you're so passionate, you're so fiery, you know your stuff. And Ron, I mean, you have taught me a level of restraint that it is just so, it's incredible. Like, it's really amazing. I learned a lot standing out at the polls one time, and there was, someone shouting things out, and you just stood there, and like, I don't think you realize this, but like, you just put your head up, and you just were like chewing your gum. You were just so focused, and that taught me some stealth. Colleen, you and I became such great friends. And I always say people over party any day, because sometimes like the closest people you become friends with, like you just wouldn't have imagined. And so your heart and your kindness is just admirable, and also your tenacity. I know you've worked very hard to get where you are, and I'm so incredibly proud of you. And Gary, you are like, a dad to me. Me and your daughter, we share the same birthday. We were born in the same hospital a couple hours apart. So every time I've texted you and called you, whether politically or even something like just a question, you're always there. I've never not gotten a response from you. And I'm really grateful for you. And Mr. Chairman, I'm proud of you. I'm so proud to see you in that leadership role and position. I want you to be confident in it and empowered in it. I miss you over here. I miss you and helping you correct names and stuff, but I'm so very proud of you. I really am, and I'm grateful to have served with you. And Stacy, you know your stuff like someone I've never seen. And it's just so awesome to see you in that role, especially as a powerful woman. And Bruno, it took me a long time to realize that your actual name was Robert, because I was always calling you Bruno. But I'm so thankful for you from my car to just, the protectiveness that I feel like I've gotten from all the guys on the council. And Robin, you already know, like, oh my gosh, I could be here all night. I'm just grateful for your light. And Mitch, I will never forget the conversation we had where you told me your life story. And I think that's the day we broke through to a friendship. And so I'm grateful for all of you, and to the new council members. You guys are sitting alongside some really powerful people. So tonight is my last meeting. I resign as the councilwoman of the 7th District because I believe someone should step into this position who can wholeheartedly do it while I do my job at the Capitol and really do the best that I can to serve West Haven to the best of my ability. So that is my resignation.
Just to be clear, she's not resigning till the meeting's over.
It's okay. We'll give her her props now.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you, Lee.
Hold on.
Thank you. Stop. Thank you.
always.
Trinae, I gotta say that
Can't resign
I
till
thank you
after.
very much what you said, and I will miss you. You were very, very inspiring for me when I seen the way you came in, and you really got down to what you were doing, and of course, I used to really bother you a lot over there, but you are a great person. I love you for that, and let me tell you, you are fantastic. I wish you a lot of luck up there in Hartford. All the best to you, and thank you. I'm gonna miss you.
You've taught us, Trinae. You have taught us.
You're a firecracker.
Yeah, listen, kiddo, and I call you kiddo, you know why, because, like you said, same age as my daughter. I remember when you first got on the DTC, I was excited to see somebody young and vibrant going after it, and you went beyond what I thought you could do. You really did, and like I told you before, your next step, whatever it is, and you got to sign, I want a signature, because I'm putting it in with the collection. This is not, thanks for, you and I, we're going to be working together, because we got some issues we got to deal with, so I'll be calling on the state rep all the time. So good luck, and thank you for everything. I love you.
You can still call me anytime for cookies
And ice cream.
and ice cream.
Well, I'll say something really quick. I remember 4 years ago when you first walked in and you helped us the first time we were coming into this. And then when we needed somebody for the 7th, I was like, I know who we can. I was like, we got to grab this young firecracker, this one, because you were so strong, and meeting your mother and your family, you just know where you get it. And I am just so thankful that the 116th has you, and West Haven is blessed that you decided to serve, and it's just amazing. So I can't wait to see what you're going to do and what your political career is going to take you, because I think it's actually going to be a career. You're meant to serve, right? So thank you so much.
All set? Yep. All set? All right, we're gonna go into executive session.
I'll make a motion that we go into executive session.
Second. Thank you, Come out of executive session, now we'll be back into council meeting, and we'll be under lands and
Public lands.
public lands.
Yep. Let me get my paperwork together, I'm sorry. All right, so the time, am I bringing it out? That was the question.
Oh, I'm sorry. No.
I gotta first state what's happening in each one.
No, you're gonna do, first you're gonna do a motion to add to the agenda, the first one, you're gonna do all three. So you're gonna add all three to the agenda.
We did that already.
Oh, you did that, all right, yes, then you have 111.
Right. But
You need to bring your committee
in and then out.
and then, no, you need to bring your communication in and approved, and then you need to close out your committee meetings and go into committee reports.
Correct, that's what I'm saying. Right, so I'm gonna do one individual and then come out, all right. We'll get the paperwork down correctly eventually. All right, let me get everything together. All right, the time is 10:45, and the Committee on Public Lands is now in session. Members present, well, I don't have that one. Members present are Councilman Bruno, Councilwoman Hamilton, Councilman Quagliani, Councilwoman O'Connor, and myself acting as chair. Hey, I remembered that without even having to look at the paper. We have before us tonight the sale of 447 First Avenue to Choo Choo Lane Industries LLC. I'd like to bring this out, make a motion to bring this out favorably. Second? Second?
I did.
Councilman O'Connor. Any discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passed unanimously. We also have before us, let me get these in order. The sale of 66 Tetlow Street, AKA 25 Ogden Street, former Blake School, to Shoreline Wellness Center LLC, under the terms outlined in the contract initially presented to the city council during executive session. Do I have a motion to bring this out favorably?
Second.
Councilman Bruno made a motion, and we'll give, Councilwoman Hamilton second. Any discussion on this?
I do. I just
Oh,
have a-
yeah.
I'm happy to see something finally come into this area.
Yes.
And something that will serve the community for their mental health and wellness. So it's good to see life in there again.
Yeah, no, the contract is a good company. They give back to the community too, which is really good. Anyone else for discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Pass unanimously. And next we have before us, what did I do? First Avenue, Stiles School, correct? Let me get the address for that, so we have that, okay. We have before us the sale of 561 Main Street and 10 Sawmill Road to the Day Brothers LLC under the terms outlined in the contract initially presented to the city council in executive session. I have a motion to bring this out.
Motion.
I will go with Colleen this time.
Care, go wherever you want, buddy.
Second? I'll let you second it, Bobby. Thank you, sir.
Want to get out.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passed successfully. And with that, public lane, oh, I gotta hold the other two, correct? The hell are they going on?
Yes, they were added.
All right. So, we are putting, what communication was, Helm? Communication A? Oh, just Helm? All right, we put 20 Helm Street, we're holding that in committee. And 165 Richard Street, Thompson School, we're holding that in committee as well. And time is now 10:48.
Thank you, Councilman Donovan. Now we're going to go to committee reports, and it'll be public lands.
Oh, boy.
Here we go. She's making fun of me. All right. Doing two first. All right.
Getting old.
Yeah, me too. I'll make sure we're getting the right ones here. All right, to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Public Lands, to whom was referred the matter of the sale of 447 First Avenue, reports that the committee met on the 28th day of February 2022 to consider said matter. It is a unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the sale of 447 First Avenue.
As read in the record, Councilman Donovan, 447 First Avenue, the sale, lease, or transfer of property. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second.
You
I
can't
make the
second
mo-
your own motion.
What's the difference? Just say.
Well, he made the motion.
You did.
I did.
Any discussion?
When you read it, you make a motion.
Any
Oh.
Second. Oh, did we get a second?
discussion?
We're tired.
My bad. One discussion.
Any discussion? Any abstentions? All approved?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, motion passes. I ain't got my paper in front of me.
Listen. It's only 11 o'clock. Who got dinner?
All right, to the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Public Lands, to whom was referred the matter of the sale of 66 Tetlow Street, also AKA 25 Ogden Street, former Blake Street, reports that the committee met on the 28th day of February 2022 to consider said matter. It's the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. Resolved, the City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the renaming, the sale of 66 Tetlow Street, AKA 25 Ogden Street, former Blake Street building.
You finished?
With this one.
Councilman Donovan brought up about 66 Tetlow Street, former Blake Building, for the sale, lease, or transfer of property. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Councilwoman Hamilton.
Since we were naming all the names, that's where my older brother went. It was Lincoln School. So this will be the fourth name for it. That's all.
Well, I'm happy it's sold, because for 40 years it's been empty, and it's finally taken. Thank God.
That's all you got to say?
That's all I got to say. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion passes. When you got the paper in front of me, I can remember.
To the Honorable City Council of the City of West Haven, your Committee on Public Lands, to whom was referred the matter of the sale of 561 Main Street and 10 Sawmill Road to the Day Brothers LLC, reports that the committee met on the 28th day of February 2022 to consider said matter. It's the unanimous opinion of the committee that the following motion be presented. City Council of the City of West Haven hereby approves the sale of 561 Main Street and 10 Sawmill Road to the Day Brothers LLC.
Councilman Donovan just read by 561 Main Street and 10 Sawmill Road, the former Style School, for sale, lease, or transfer of property. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Councilman Hosky, Councilman Bruno. Any discussion?
I just have one comment. So I'm pleased that we've taken 3 really derelict properties that have been vacant for a long time and put them on the tax rolls to be revenue producing for the city. So I think that's a step in the right direction. That's all I got to say.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion passes.
And the public lands, I don't have to do that. Do I have to put a time? No, we're just closed.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.